Peace to all the gods and goddesses. Back again with the vibes of the divine. I am the god Shango, and today, get ready to take another deep dive into this electrifying world of the Young Thug Rico trial. Let's get into it, family.
We're going to stop it and stop sharing and then fast forward to the next point that he gets into the car. We're stopping at 18:48:17. We're fast forwarding now to 19:15:25 on camera 10. So that was the second time he got in the car. Now we're going to fast forward to the next time he gets in the car. Which will be at 19:15:52. We're fast forwarding to that.
All right, does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on that?
No, that's not the last time he got in
Okay,
the car.
all right, sorry.
We're fast forwarding.
Sorry, thought y'all said 3 times.
So we're now
My bad.
fast forwarding to 19, 17, and 10. Those are the times that he,
Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see? Y'all are nodding yes. Okay. All right. Now we'll move on to the barbershop video.
Honor. And for the record, it's 292 Yankee Alpha, and we're starting at 8 minutes and 22 seconds of that exhibit. Your Honor, may you inquire if there's any more of this video? I'm stopping for the record at 9 minutes and 14 seconds.
All right. Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on that, or is there a different angle or more that you want to see? That's good. Okay, that's what they wanted to see. All right, moving on. Sorry. Good. Okay. All right. Moving on to the questions. Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. All right, moving on to the next couple of questions. All right, on count 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, the state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. Does that cover what y'all are asking with regard to that one? Yes, okay. All right, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately. You will need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each of them separately, but possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Does that cover what y'all wanted to? Okay. All right, then I will excuse y'all to continue deliberations. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess until we hear from them again. Not for the record, but would it work for? This is not for the record. I'm just asking you as the cameraman. Would it work for?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree, but there's also, there's a regarding
the possession of marijuana issue, because that seems to be the thread that runs through these three, right?
Yeah, I think
The only
so.
thing they have in common. So,
And Your Honor, there was one other
but
thought when Mr. Weinstein's.
no, I guess I'm still struggling with their question. If the issue is the marijuana, then if they don't find the marijuana, well, obviously they have to find
I mean,
intent as well.
It's easy enough to start with 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute.
Yeah.
You know,
If
I can
that's-
say these are the elements, and they want to understand what intent to distribute means.
I mean, does their question seem to be more if they don't find 58, then they can't find 61?
I think so.
Yeah. And I think that would be maybe what they're looking at.
Yeah.
And then obviously 57, they have kind of two options there, as I see it.
All right. I'm going to. Yes.
They make it smoother in terms of the surveillance video.
Yeah.
For the barbershop footage, there is 5 videos and really 4 angles.
Uh-huh.
One of them captures the shooting, one of them captures inside the barbershop, and then 2 of them capture the street in front of McDaniel Street itself, but doesn't capture the shooting, and one kind of faces the Texaco. And with the Texaco footage itself, there's a lot of surveillance video from the Texaco with different camera angles. I believe there's as many as 7 or more. So I have an idea in my mind. I don't want to assume which specific portions they want to watch. But for example, some of the vehicles at issue, like when they arrive, some arrive as early as 8:40 or 6:41. Mm-hmm. And then they leave at 7:20 p.m.
Right.
And so I'm working on, there's different softwares that play those, but the state's getting in a posture to be able to play those surveillance videos. But if we have clarity, at least with the Texaco, it can be a little cumbersome to pull up the different cameras on the fly. So I just wanted to, if there's any more clarity on what specifically with the Texaco, because it captures almost 2 hours worth of footage, some of which is irrelevant for purposes of you don't see any suspects.
Well,
or
I'm sure that they don't want to see a part that they never saw to begin with.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree, but there's also, there's a portion where, there's many different portions that could be relevant. Like there's a portion where Mr. Kendrick walks in the store. There's a portion where different vehicles leave or arrive that captures 50 minutes worth of footage. And so there may be very specific events, so to speak, or times of that they want to watch. But I just wanted to highlight that for the court.
So would the idea be to queue each of them up, the portions that were shown before, and say, do you want to watch this? We could do that.
Yes, Your Honor. Or if they were able to describe an event or something that came up in closing or something to orient what they want to watch. Like we want to see when the Pontiac arrives, or we want to see when, and they may not be able to give that clarity, but I just wanted to highlight that because it may make it more efficient when we publish it.
Ideas on that?
I think if we just ask in a non-leading way, what portion of each, because the same thing, my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, in the letter, in the note, they said something about McDaniel Street.
Right. It
So-
said the drive-by shooting. I mean, that one we know what they mean, right? And the Texaco Northside McDaniel Street.
So I think if they, I believe I know what camera they want to see from outside the barbershop, but even with the barbershop, we had 4, I think, different cameras.
So
if we just get clear.
if everybody thinks they know which of each it is and y'all agree, then we can just start with those and say, is this the one you mean, or is there another one?
Okay.
With the Texaco, though, I'm not sure which one they mean because there's so many different cameras at the Texaco. With the McDaniel Street Barber Shop, I'm pretty
Well, I
confident.
don't think it's the one from inside the barber shop.
No, not,
That
but
one
there's
wouldn't be
two
helpful.
outside the barber shop.
Yeah.
So, but I think it's probably the one that shows the actual shooting, I'm guessing.
Well, we can start with that one.
Yeah.
And then say, is that the one? There's another one. Would you like to see
Right.
that one too? And they probably will say yes,
That's-
honestly, but.
That's fine with that, with the
Yeah.
barber shop. But with the Texaco,
Right.
there's so many options. I think we have to ask them what they specifically want to see. I mean,
Do y'all want to put a description of each of them together and we can send it out and say, circle the one or ones you want to see? I mean, I don't know how else to,
yeah, I get, because there's kind of an inside Texaco and an
describe
outside
what you want to
Texaco.
see seems,
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about the Texaco?
I think there's just an inside and an outside.
No, the Texaco there's multiple insides. Maybe there are multiple insides in the Texaco. Well, we could just ask them, do they want to see the inside of the Texaco or the outside of the Texaco?
okay, I mean, that much we can do.
Yeah. Can I jump back to where the 57, 58, 61?
In a second, Sergeant Brown, can you go ask them to let us know whether the video from the Texaco they want to see is the interior or the exterior? And if they can give us any more detail about what they want to see.
Your Honor, this might help. I'm not certain, but they're probably talking about something in closing. And so if there was a point of reference, like play by.
Well,
prosecution,
if they've
defense,
just asked the question that I asked you to ask them.
Okay.
If they want to clarify further, that way they can.
Okay.
Don't want us talking while
I
the jury
understand.
door is open.
Fi-
Okay.
57, I think I misspoke on 57 where I said there were two ways. Rereading 57, count 57. It looks like without the possession of the marijuana, they can't do 57, 58, or 61. So that may be what they're referring to. Because of the possession of a firearm during commission of a felony in 57 requires 58 and 61, which is the marijuana again. So that may be what they're talking about with 57, 58, and 61. Is the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. Because wasn't there also a question regarding intent that came to us?
Yeah, they originally said, well, no, I'm sorry. On their second one, they said, please clarify the wording intent to distribute and underline the word intent. So I'm looking for where I explained intent to distribute and intent right now, and we'll see.
What up, family? Let me see. My bad for the late start. I was tapping in a little bit. I was feeling lonely, so I snatched Cat's chat and got it scrolling up top, so I don't feel like I'm by myself. Appreciate y'all joining though. I gotta stream it though, man. It's too important. I gotta have my own. What up, Bryce Sykes, Kristen Vasquez? Appreciate y'all joining.
find bottom
Yeah.
of page.
I'm sorry?
The intent to distribute is defined at the bottom
Yeah.
of page 23.
Yeah. Which they have out with them, so obviously that's not helping them. But
Maybe they just can't find it in the document.
maybe. I mean, I'll read that part over to them.
Of course, I think that's another one of our circular definitions that ended up in here. Or recursive definitions.
So on that, I would propose to say that for, which count is it? Is that count 58 for count?
The possession with intent to distribute, Your
Yeah.
Honor? It's actually an element of
Well,
all three.
I know, but so
Your Honor?
hang on,
Yes,
hang
Your
on,
Honor.
hang on. Sorry, I just need to get this down and then just hold your thought. Let's turn our phones off. That's one of the jurors' phones. It's in a box over here. Okay, maybe you can go figure out and like put them all on vibrate or something. All right, yes.
Part of the instructions the court had read that may be helpful is where it's page 11 and 12.
Okay.
It describes criminal intent. Intent may be shown in multiple ways. Criminal intent does not mean, it starts right on the bottom of page 11. Intent is an essential element of any crime. And then I believe it continues to discuss about intent right through the middle of page 12 and then goes on to describe party to a crime. But that instruction about intent could also be beneficial, the state believes.
I mean, the most helpful part of that is it means the intent to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute, which is specifically with regard to this one, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell marijuana. I'm thinking about saying on intent to distribute, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, the state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. And find out whether that covers what they were asking.
That sounds like the right course to Mr. Kendrick. when you have a second, I just want to go back to 57, 58, and 61.
Sure. I mean, I know we need to
Okay.
get that.
I know, but I don't want to do that if you're still
Yeah,
writing
I
or
appreciate
thinking
it.
or.
All right, yes.
Okay. Regarding their question about the separateness, interrelatedness, whatever term they used to 57, 58, and 61,
Yeah.
I just think it would be, perhaps it would answer their question if you went back and explained that possession of marijuana with intent to distribute is a required finding of each of those three, and that may help explain that.
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, when the court allows, I have a question.
Hang on. All right, yes, ma'am.
The court may have already answered this question, but I don't know whether what Mr. Atkins just referred the court to was the part about intent may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct. Did the court respond to that?
I'm not planning to read all of that unless when I read the first part and ask them if it covers what they're asking. If they say no, then I'll circle back and read that whole part. Did they get back with us on the video thing? Okay. Do they know to do the light? I mean, they were doing it earlier, all right. Following the gas station when... All right, let's see. Please provide the videos of the following the gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. Y'all understand what that means? Okay, and then number 2, the drive-by shooting in front of the barber shop on McDaniel Street on Donovan Thomas.
Okay.
They clarified that one for us too.
Judge, there are there are 4 camera angles of the drive-by shooting, so we'll be prepared to play one of them or all of them.
They want to see if anybody hanging out that sunroof or if you can see that emblem on the car. Tell us the infinity.
Whatever they prefer. There are 4 different camera angles of the drive-by shooting. I'm presuming they mean the one that actually shows the shots, but there.
I would think so. So let's start with that one and ask them, is this the one you meant?
Okay. Do we have this on?
Yes.
So they added, Mr. Weinstein, also, please have Attorney Weinstein clarify if he said my client's watch or where is the watch regarding the Richard Milley watch, which is in no way, I mean, it's a total red herring. And good for you for distracting them, but that is not an element of anything they're supposed to be considering.
Your Honor, would
I don't believe that that was a red herring, and it went to the credibility of law enforcement.
That,
Right. Her stealing the watch ain't to credibility? What? What the hell?
And they're
true,
witnesses,
but-
so I would disagree with that characterization
anyway,
of the
what
court.
did you say?
I said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say his watch. I probably said the watch. If I said his watch, that would have been I would have misspoken.
Okay. So I will just say, Mr. Weinstein did not say my client's watch. If he did, he misspoke.
I probably said, where is the watch? That was a gift, a 30th birthday
Where
gift
is the
from
watch?
Drake to Mr. Williams.
All right,
And a
so
great
I'll just
sentimental
answer
value.
that he said, where is the watch?
Your Honor, would the court be inclined to respond that what the attorneys say is not evidence?
Yes, that's
And
an
that should
excellent
not be
idea.
even a consideration,
Uh-huh.
rather than telling
Yes.
them what he said.
I mean, I'm going to do both.
It was
She thought she
definitely
got
the
that
watch.
in. I'm gonna do both.
I'll just say, Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, what the attorneys say is not evidence. How about that? Does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, 292 Yankee Alpha is the shooting barbershop surveillance footage. I know when the shooting happens. I wanted to ask on the record or defense counsel, there is about 8 minutes that plays before the shooting occurs.
I can't imagine that's what they want.
I don't want to just, I want to tell for the record, or agree with defense counsel, find a portion we can all agree to start that video.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine to start
Okay.
a minute before or
Okay.
whatever. That's fine.
Thank you.
But thank you for clarifying that and mentioning that.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
I'm going to say, however, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence.
Harry Erickson, my bad. Erickson, what's up, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining. I may need to blow these up so I can see better, so I don't be bashing y'all name. Appreciate you, family. There you go, Harry Erickson. That's tough to say. Appreciate you, family. Skip on through some of this extra stuff. Appreciate y'all though. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. Here on the early morning. What up, Chapo? I see you. We live in the court. This is from earlier. I think they on break. Let me see. Let me make sure they not back live. Nah, it looked like it blacked out in the court.
All right. How about after giving them the definition or the explanation of possession with intent to distribute, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately, you need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each separately. But possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Yes. And I'm putting them in that order because that's kind of the order that 58 is possession with intent to distribute. 61 is possession of the gun because while you're committing that crime. And then 61 is if you're committing that crime, are you then potentially committing gang activity?
Yeah, I understand. That's a far more natural order than they appear in the indictment, so.
All right. All right, are we satisfied then with the answers? And then we'll just have them, I think I'll have them watch the videos, and then answer their questions. Because that way, if there's any follow-up, they can let us know that. All right. Yes.
So, Your Honor, the intent is to play the Texaco footage first?
Yeah.
And then will they tell us when they want us to stop? Because they're at the Texaco for about 36 minutes. So what?
Do y'all know when you intend to start? I mean, did we watch 36 minutes?
It was all introduced, every
Okay.
bit of it.
I think they requested a very specific part of that Texaco.
Yeah.
Didn't they mention entering a car or
The
exiting?
gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. So I think we start there.
Yeah.
And then
When he was getting.
I'll just.
Into the
That's
car.
what it says, when Yak was getting into the car. So, I mean, do a little bit that leads up.
Also, some of the chat prompts are scrolling up top, so that's how you spell them: the exclamation point, and then just type the words all one word, no spaces.
And a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, let's
and
just play the portion
If
that they're.
it's any more than that, I'll just say, does that cover what you
3
wanted?
times. So do we need
Well,
the
then
last time?
play each time he gets in the car, I guess.
Okay, so that's gonna be on camera 10, just for the record.
Okay.
And, I'm gonna, if the court will give me 1 minute, I'm gonna pull
Sure.
up to the first part.
All right.
Harry Erickson says, so this is good for the guys. It's moved up. Okay, good for the guys. I really think juror 56 is on it. They know the state credibility has been out the window.
Do we have the copy,
Facts.
extra copies of the indictment to give them? Have we given them extra copies of the indictment at this point? Sergeant, have we? Okay, thank you. All right, let me know when you're ready and we'll have them out. Get on Zoom.
My bad, Nameless was on mute. Oh, is that a notification bell? I don't know. You said my mic, or is that a notification you saying was silent? Check out Doug with the skin smooth and the little pink on. We dropped some owls for Doug. For those who don't know, this is Doug's right here. That's Doug's sign from the cartoons. For the new ones that don't know. Mr. Owl. Okay, muted. My bad. I was muted. I be pushing it, but man, sometimes it don't cut on, and I don't realize it till after. My bad. It made me want to play Mr. Owl real quick. Y'all want to hear Mr. Owl while we wait for him, or see it? Let me see.
All right. And Your Honor, we have it queued up 296Y at 191633.
I'll get it queued up. Look at Love haircut. Hell no. She got the smooth bobblehead now. She like a real bobblehead, cause you know they hair don't stick up; it just stick to the top of their head. Hell no.
All right, let's get the jury in. It went up? Don't worry about it.
All rise for the jury.
All rise for juror number 56. He like, nigga, we tired. We can't take this shit no more. Matter of fact, I find them innocent and I award them in damages. It wasn't here to do. Here we go. Hold on. I ain't got them loaded up. Here we go. My bad. Oh, it was loud.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing we're going to do is watch the videos that you all requested, and then I'll move on to answering the questions. All right, go ahead with the first one.
Jesse from the Nap. What up, family? I see you. Appreciate you.
Mr. Owl, how many violations of conduct does it take to get a mistrial with prejudice?
Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Do you want me to stop the video?
Yes, please.
Okay. Give me a second, Bill.
Bruh.
Mr. Owl, how many violations of the Georgia Code of Judicial Conduct does it take to get a mistrial with prejudice?
Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
I'll overrule the objection. Could you repeat the question for me?
Mr. Owl, how many violations?
And I say this after 50 years of experience, the worst human beings you will ever find are career prosecutors. Something slimy about them. They are so turned off by humanity and everything else. They don't care. They're trying to win the game. It is just play to them. They don't give a damn about the people they represent. They just want to win. So they lie, cheat, steal to win the game. And I say this after 50 years of experience, the worst human beings you will ever find are career prosecutors. Something slimy about them. They are so turned off by humanity and everything else. They don't care. They're trying to win the game. It is just play to them. They don't give a damn about the people they represent. They just want
collaboration of law enforcement, because as they have gotten more savvy, so have we. When people get to sit in that seat, more often than not, they snitching. Because the choice is life, or you can tell what someone else did and what their involvement was. And so that's real cool to say when you on social media, but when it's you sitting in there and your mama and your woman and you got a baby on the way, you have all these other responsibilities as a man you need to tend to, you got to make grown folk decisions for you and your family. But it's so interesting to talk about snitching, because everybody hard, right? Till they sitting in that seat. Collaboration of law enforcement, because as
minimizing disruptions in court, how many witnesses there are to go, and what you expect those witnesses to say. And one reason I say that is because everybody, not really, but several parties have asked for mistrials, I think, because things are moving so slowly. Let's try to conduct court in a way that minimizes disruption. There is a rule that lets me exclude cumulative evidence, and I might end up using that. Minimizing
refusal of service, the first thing. Service being refused.
Well, when we actually have your hearing and you get service, then the refusal of service can certainly be something that can be discussed.
Judge, what we have is a non-S service notice that has been filed.
What non-S means is that the sheriff went out and attempted to serve the people mentioned in your lawsuit, okay? And he was not able, or she was not able to do that.
Right.
If you wanted to serve me with a lawsuit, there is a procedure that goes. I either accept service at work, which I don't have to do. Or you serve me in another location, or you find somebody to serve.
No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell
at 1844:31.
We're not sure exactly which getting into the car you meant, so we're just trying to show all of them for y'all, okay?
I think they might be looking to see if that Infinity that he talked to, if it matched the one that drove by Donovan Thomas barbershop, or where he was getting his haircut.
An inmate at Fulton County Jail. is a free call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept this free call, press 1. To repeat.
This time say what I like to 10 girls, Stacey did with 30 and into. This time say what I like to 10 girls, Stacey did with 30 and into.
That would be the right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side. Front.
Okay, all right.
Where are your police reports?
Hi guys, how is everybody? It's
You wet?
Motherfucker.
What?
A motherfucker.
Denied.
For the new ones, that's Jack right here. He dances for subs. Y'all subscribe and he'll dance for you.
So, Your Honor, at this point, for the record, we're going to stop it and stop sharing and then fast forward to the next point that he gets into the car. Okay. We're stopping at 18:48:17.
Jay drop 'em. What's good, family? I see you. Jesse from the Nap said they wanted to see what Hilton said in clothes was on camera. Talk about old boy got an affinity. She said he was going down. He went down the wrong street. He went this way. That's where he got an affinity. Hell no. Her lying ass. Appreciate y'all, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend.
Tell me. And that's not what the point is. The point is, an advocate is you should have told me. I got a problem with you now. I got a problem with you now. I would suggest you don't say anymore. Now you want to have it both ways? You can't do it. Both sides have an equal responsibility under the rules of professional responsibility. All right, have a seat, sir. Thank you. No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell me? And that's not what the point is. The point is, you as an advocate is you should have told me. I got a problem with you now. I got a problem with you now. I would suggest you don't say anymore. Now
we're fast forwarding now to 19:15:25 on camera 10. So that was the second time he got in the car. Now we're going to fast forward to the next time he gets in the car. Okay. Which will be at 19:15:52. We're fast forwarding to that.
What up, Rochelle Ingram? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family. You wouldn't happen to be related to Ingram that's in the courtroom, would you?
That would be the right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side. Front.
Okay, all right.
All right, does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on that?
No, that's not the last time he got in the car.
Okay, all right, sorry.
We're fast forwarding.
Sorry, thought y'all said 3 times.
Look at Love trying to get gangster. No, that ain't, no. It still ain't proving shit.
So we're now fast forwarding to 19, 17, and 10.
Appreciate the sub. Here go Jack. He dancing for subs. Show him some love, Jack. Show him we appreciate the love.
Those are the times that he.
Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see? Y'all are nodding yes. Okay, all right. Now we'll move on to the barbershop video.
Honor. And for the record, it's 292 Yankee Alpha, and we're starting at 8 minutes and 22 seconds of that exhibit.
This time say what I like the 10 girls, Stacey did with 30 and into. This time say what I like the 10 girls, Stacey did with 30 and in.
Right, left side, front, passenger, driver, front. What up, Wilma? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
Your Honor, may you inquire if there's any more of this video? I'm stopping for the record at 9 minutes and 14 seconds.
All right. Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on that, or is there a different angle or more that you want to see? That's good. Okay, that's what they wanted to see. All right, moving on. Sorry. Good. Okay. All right, moving on to the questions. Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. All right, moving on to the next couple of questions. All right, on count 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, the state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. Does that cover what y'all are asking with regard to that one? Yes, okay. All right, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately. You will need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each of them separately, but possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Does that cover what y'all wanted to? Okay.
Rico, Polo. Hell no.
All right, then I will excuse y'all to continue deliberations. Thank you.
Chapo said Rico, Polo, like they trying to find them with their eyes closed. Hell no. Hey, Rochelle Ingram, I didn't say judge. I mean, it's Deputy Ingram. Are you related to Deputy Ingram?
We'll be in recess until we hear from them again.
The one that got in trouble for for witness tampering recently. Judge Glanville, right-hand man.
Would it work for, this is not for the record, I'm just asking you as the cameraman, would it work for
Fast forward to where they at. This is live. Okay, so they still in the black. I got some stuff I can play though. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. We looking for Rico Polo. That's the first I heard that one. I fucks with it. I like that one. That'd be a funny little skit. I might have to make that into a cartoon.
It's a lot, so I'm telling everybody, I'm telling to whoever listening, the police, the civilians, the gang members, leave me alone. Nobody don't know what it's like being in that jail, but them people that do you however they want to do you, say that you're trying to kill yourself, take your script, but they can leave you in the room. I bet right now, if they go investigate right street, I bet it's somebody in these same cells I'm talking about, where they trying to torture you. I read the Bible, know what the Bible say? If you ask God for forgiveness, well, I didn't read, somebody read it to me, but it's the same. If you ask God for forgiveness, and you mean it in your heart, I think He will forgive you. So God, I ain't no gangster. Just a law.
Oh yeah, yep. Ingram. Rochelle. That's a fact. Ingram, that other judge, the one that recused herself before Whitaker. Yeah. I remember her. Yep, I remember her. The black judge. Yep. You related to her? Oh no, you said no, not her. Okay, cool.
Also, I'm telling everybody, I'm telling to whoever listening, the police, the civilians, the gang members, leave me alone.
Well, they already knew. Little Woody, I did these crimes. I'm telling you that.
And the sixth assertion that was made in open court was that Mr. Copeland admitted to killing Donovan Thomas.
And then I said, whatever your concerns are, we can give you immunity. Little Woody. So I didn't tell you I lied on them to get myself out of the situation? Miss Hilton, you said you were a liar. That's what you said. You said you were a liar. They knew Little Woody was going to go rogue. Like, murder don't have, no statute of limitations, right? Well, they already knew. Little Woody, I did these crimes.
Trial court should have called the conference to a close. No. Yeah, I'm holding you in contempt because you won't tell me who. Do you have an actual perceived conflict in this case?
I think that you're running a very thin professional responsibility. I don't think you have cover at this point in time. I think you're blowing your coverage at this point.
But that's beside the point at this point in time. We're not going to argue about that right now. Now you want to have it.
So I think half of America has knowledge of this particular case at this point.
Okay, but they're not before us at this point in time. So we were going to have a show cause hearing on Wednesday, the 3rd of July. I am canceling that indefinitely. In fact, I've canceled all of that. So we will not be holding that particular hearing, okay? All right. And the Georgia...
Identify the shot.
This court will, in fact, enter an order sending Mr. Adams and Steele's, Mr. Weinstein, and Mr. Banks' motion to recuse to another judge. Because you do have knowledge of this particular case, but all right.
Well, I think half of America. So I think half of America. This is the law of the jungle.
Some people like to say that opening statements are a roadmap. 3 or more people who were willing to and who did commit criminal street gang activity with common identifiers, signs, colors of a larger, more traditional street gang. Sometimes the police never brought formal charges. The defendants weren't always convicted. Last but certainly not least, murder.
This is the law of the jungle.
Some people like to say that opening statements are a roadmap. 3 or more people who were willing to and who did commit criminal street gang activity with common identifiers, signs, colors of a larger, more traditional street gang. Sometimes the police never brought formal charges. The defendants weren't always convicted. Last but certainly not least, murder.
Everything I said there was a lie during his presentation, during his testimony. And so what the investigators are establishing, their relationship between one another. Remember, the reason why we're here at the recording, ballistics was not entered, only the testimony. But the testimony at this time isn't enough to establish a fact. But no, the ballistics are not in. In court, he has said, I made everything in my interview up. I just said whatever it is that they wanted to hear so I can get out of jail. The foundation as to why we're even playing the video.
I don't think he said, remember we looked for that.
Everything I said there was a lie during his presentation during his testimony. And so what the investigators are establishing their relationship between one another. Because remember, the reason why we're here at the recording, ballistics was not entered, only the testimony. But the testimony at this time is enough to establish a fact. But no, the ballistics are not in. In court, he has said, I made everything in my interview up. I just said whatever it is that they wanted to hear so I can get out of jail. The foundation as to why we're even playing the video.
I don't think he said, remember we looked for that?
Everything.
Me, the way I understand it, there's zero privilege. So I don't understand how. Mr. Steele, I can't argue with you about anything such as I've made my ruling, okay?
I do take issue with the court's characterization about the legal insufficiency of the affidavits.
Well, that's why, the appellate court will review my ruling for abuse of discretion.
Our motion to recuse is to recuse you from the contempt proceeding because you were a witness.
I don't believe you. Well, I'm not going to get into any argument. I can't.
I'm not trying to argue.
No, sir. You are an advocate for your client. That's the only thing I can say. But
On the transcript, I'd like the recordings and the transcript, and I object to the court going through it and deleting it, because to me, the way I understand it, there's zero privilege. So I don't understand how.
Mr. Steele, I can't argue with you about anything such as I've made my ruling, okay?
I do take issue with the court's.
In response to Copeland's statement that he would lie, ADA Hilton stated that she would not prosecute sworn witness Copeland if he were to lie on the stand.
Did she say that in front of the judge?
That's committing a fraud on the court, and that's like rules of professional responsibility 101, that you can't do that as a trial lawyer.
It's a crime. I mean, they're conspiring with a witness to commit perjury. They're committing a crime. And if this, in fact, happened in chambers, in the presence of that judge, there should be a lot more investigation going on, because that's a corrupt system from the bottom.
RICO is not a crime. It is a category.
In response to Copeland's statement that he would lie, ADA Hilton stated that she would not prosecute sworn.
I don't recall. Okay. Do you recall the time to take the thug that you went down to Thug's house to see what was going on? I don't recall. That you spoke to Thug while at his home?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember excuse me.
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the time to take the thug that you went down to Thug's house to see what was going on?
I don't recall.
Well, but that's his choice. That's what the rule gives him 10 days to do. We're kind of saying, well, make that choice right now. We're telling him here in open court to do that.
Is it your desire to release your counsel at this point in time?
She fired.
I was never in counsel. Attorney Gunn was counsel, and I was stepping in as a person for judicial efficiency.
It's your choice, sir.
I'm good.
It would seem appropriate that you do need to, in fact, file a formal withdrawal, even though you didn't enter one.
But, Your Honor, I was representing him for the civil contempt, not as a witness.
Do what I need a lawyer for.
Well, but that's I kind of want to know who told him that.
The way I understand my constitutional obligations, I'm required to make a full and complete statement to the court. And what I found out in chambers is I'm a court reporter at times.
How did you find out about any of that?
I'm not
How
going
did
to
you?
answer that question.
You're not?
No.
All right. Take Mr. Steele into custody, please.
May I say one thing about it?
Yes, sir. You certainly may.
So, first of all, we would ask for you to be recused from this case.
I'll let an appellate court decide that.
Then I fire the shot.
I kind of want to know who told him that.
I plead the fifth.
Your attorney told me you're going to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege. Done said. However, the immunity has been signed. I have a copy of that right now. So you're required to testify. So if you don't testify, the state's probably going to ask me to jail you. I'm probably going to do that. So I'd like you to go ahead and talk with your lawyer and tell me what you want to do at that point in time, okay?
Can you get more time to talk, Mr. Copeland? Okay. What is your desire this time?
I'm taking the fifth. Okay, you're taking the fifth, but you've got immunity, but you still want are you going to testify? That's the thing. I've acknowledged the fact you have a Fifth Amendment privilege, but the state's giving you immunity, so that overrides that Fifth Amendment privilege. They require you to testify.
You swear from testimony by the court, then I fire the shot.
I plead the fifth. Out by this motherfucker. You can say you can't look at me the wrong way. Niggas know that. It ain't a gang, ain't shot it. You know what I'm saying? But now look, today, I mean, 90% of the city love. A lot of niggas gonna say what they say. But let's see me, I'm trying to shake, man.
Hold on, did you say it's not a gang he ain't shot at? Hold on.
Yeah, I ain't shaking hand. I found myself, you know what I mean? Like, out by this motherfucker. You can say you can't look at me the wrong way. Niggas know that. It ain't a gang, ain't shot it. You know what I'm saying? But now look, today, I mean, 90% of the city love. A lot of niggas gonna say what they say.
RICO
But let's see
is
me, I'm trying to
not
shake,
a
man. I ain't
crime.
shaking
It
hand.
is a category.
Then I fire the shot.
You will now be transferred to an operator.
Out by this motherfucker. You can say you can't look at me.
There were, I think Sergeant Butler was there from homicide, as well as a Detective Churchill was already on scene. Those are the two I remember offhand that were there. I know Detective Butler, or excuse me, Sergeant Butler. I was at home when I received the call, so I had to come from home. They were in the office. Sergeant Butler had checked the camera and knew that there was a camera at that intersection. He happened to save the photo. The camera at the DOT there does not record, but it does show live images, but that camera just so happened to have frozen at the point where Mr. Cheeseburger was getting out of his car to go check on the person in the red car.
It's a whole camera up there. They talk about it only take pictures. What up, Deidre Williams? I see you. Grand Risings, family.
When you got there and after you spoke with Mr. Cheesebarrow, spoke with Sergeant Butler, spoke with Detective Churchill, did you make any observation about the vehicle?
I did.
What did you observe?
Well, the car was in the intersection in the far left lane at the red light, stopped. There were, I think Sergeant Butler was there from homicide as well as a Detective Churchill.
No!
Wait, hold on, Matthews. Before you say we have a stipulation, F, Judge, once you rule on our mistrial,
right,
on my motion for mistrial.
Okay, so are you asking, what kind of a mistrial are you asking for?
Your Honor, I believe that we were goaded into the mistrial.
Okay, well, I do not believe that, because if you had seen Ms. Hilton's face when that came out of the witness's mouth, she was appalled, and I do not believe that they are purposefully trying to insert error into this trial to make y'all ask for a mistrial so that they can try this case again. I think it is continued, and I am sorry, y'all have, you know, this gigantic, ginormous universe of evidence that maybe if you narrowed down, you would not be making these kinds of mistakes, but I believe that to be a mistake.
Your Honor,
so I'm going to deny a motion for a mistrial with prejudice. That one, I don't believe that the facts bear out.
These nuts. Got him. Got him.
Would you like a mistrial without prejudice?
Yes.
You would? Who else would? That means, of course, that the state would be free to try every one of y'all again.
Just a moment.
Sure.
Forget that. Y'all want to act like y'all want a part of it? We greased up each other. Especially you, Will. I had you shiny, boy. You too, Callie. Baby, all boys, but I guess y'all forgot. We ripped each other apart at my party. Say I'm lying. Baby, y'all and some rock and a little bit of Marvin Gaye make me feel like a man. Rose, you know you like Marvin Gaye. And not to mention you, Meek Mill.
Letter through Miss Percifield. Yeah, I think y'all, or maybe y'all on it. Yeah, the letter from Miss Merchant, from Natalie Merchant. Natalie Merchant. Ashley Merchant, and the defendants don't even know who that is because that was so long ago. But anyway, so she has some issues she needs to have, I guess, the state sort out, and we might as well just all sort it out here together. One of them is she's really not going to be available past, the 15th of November, and had apparently been told, and I guess we had, or the state had Mr. Arnold on the witness list for today, but she got told, I guess, by one of the investigators from the DA's office that it actually wasn't going to be today. It was going to be not for several weeks. And she just kind of, I think, is saying, could you actually give me a somewhat solid date on when he's going to be called? Are y'all able to do that? I mean, it doesn't have to be like, by the day, but,
You're right. So,
what up, Brooklyn? I see you. Issues. Shannon Giuliano, what up, fam? I see you. Appreciate you joining.
prior to getting this letter, we thought that it would be maybe that week of Thanksgiving. However, given the letter, I think some of our
It cannot be the week of Thanksgiving. She is not available, which means he is not available after the 15th of November.
So that's why we need to look.
Did y'all already know that?
No, I don't think we knew about what she put in this letter. We had some dates, I believe, up until October, like these last few weeks, nothing in November. I don't feel, and I haven't been the one primarily speaking with her, but my understanding is we knew dates up until the end of October, nothing until November, until this
Okay,
letter.
well,
So
we
now
now know that if y'all don't have him testify before November 15th, it's not really going to happen.
Oh, so Will, now that we know that we can, if you give us a tomorrow, I think we can decide.
All right, and then with regard to, I don't know if y'all read it yet, but she's wanting to be fairly clear that if the state intends to ask him anything other than the wording on his guilty plea, there's going to need to be a immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor, she made us aware.
Don't want to talk about this when the jury room door is open. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, she didn't make us aware of that, and so that is a part of our consideration if we
so
decide to ask anything
let's
outside.
get that all, wrapped up well in advance, because it sounds like she's going to probably want to come in here maybe
with Mr. Arnold, maybe without, I don't know, but get sort of, I don't know, some kind of, you'll see if you can nail it down without the court's input and just present me with an order, but if not, then I don't want to wait until the last minute. And I would, you know, she has asked for at least a week's notice, which I don't think is unreasonable.
Yes, and we plan on doing that.
All right. Well, and Mr. Nichols is still here, so you got to hear all of that too. So I letter through Ms. Persifield. Yeah, I think y'all, or maybe y'all on it.
I'm on mute. One Nation, what's good, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining. Appreciate you tapping in. For those who don't know, we had a call in, and One Nation called in last night. Appreciate you.
Hey, they gonna record your ass with it. Record your ass. Oh, my fucking. You sweet. That nigga sweet nigga. Oh my God. This nigga done came. Ain't no fucking way. Oh!
The federal government basically has a database that keeps track of persons that purchase firearms. During this investigation, we worked hand in hand with the ATF, and we utilized them and assist them with checking names through their federal system. We had receipts from where he purchased the firearms, and we ran his name. We had his name run through the federal system to see what all firearms he purchased and the locations, and that's how we were able to narrow it down to Arrowhead Pawn Shop in Jonesboro. The federal government basically has a database that keeps track of persons that purchase.
They locked him up on a Friday, kept him in jail all the way to Sunday, then take him to the hospital. Sunday, so he can't be in court Monday, so that means you locked up longer, right?
Yeah. That's true. It's a mind thing.
Right.
They fucking with a mind.
Right, now we want to get you up in jail so we can put you with these people and they can hurt you.
Yeah.
But what did the judge do to Brian Steele? Knowing how Rice Street is, you gonna put Brian Steele in jail? Ms.love gonna say, I told him not to testify. What would I look like as a parent telling my kid not to do what I know the law say? To see them folks running them same games and these same things, what got me caught up. They locked him up on a Friday, kept him in jail all the way to Sunday, then take him to the hospital. Sunday, so he can't be in court Monday, so that means you locked up longer.
Here's the story of a named Fanny who was bringing up these very crooked lawyers. All of them were full of ish, like their madam. The worst one was love. Here's the story of a man named Brady who was bringing in injustice of his own. They were working all together in a world so cold, till the one day when the lady got promoted and the Grey Goose had Brady kinda drunk. Then this group would somehow form a Rico. That's the way they all became the Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. That's the way they became the Brady Bunch. Here's the story of a named Fanny who was bringing up these very crooked lawyers. All of them were full of ish, like their madam. The worst one was love. Here's the story of a man named Brady who was bringing in injustice of his own. They were working all together in a world so cold, till the one day when the lady got promoted and the Grey Goose had Brady kinda drunk. Then this group would somehow form a Rico. That's the way they all became the Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. That's the way they became the Brady Bunch.
Good luck. I want to see you down the South Street, okay? Alright, so here's the key, baby. Yeah, promise, baby.
Look at Fanny in there with Mondo. What up, Puerto Rican Gloria? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining. What up, no one? I see you in the building. Appreciate you, family. Look at Fanny and Mondo. The original YSL founder. I started this shit.
No. Stand right there. Do not move. Come on, baby. Okay. Thank you. Okay, get one hug. Now, and while you're hugging that really, really cute child, remember that's a reason to hug back in front of me. Because if you care about it, don't do stuff that you should for folks like me. Alright? Yes, she is. Okay, time's up. Well, good luck. I want to see you down on the sound street. Okay?
Chapo said, Rico, Polo, Rico, Polo, I'm coming. I'm going to find you somewhere.
What you mean?
Did you have a silver Infinity?
I don't remember no. I don't know what. I don't know.
Did you tell Detective Alligator you had the car?
I told you. I don't recall nothing I said to no polices. And I was ready. I had them choppers on deck.
Now you see now, you done f***ed up. You know that, don't you?
What you mean?
Did you have a silver Infinity?
I don't remember no. I don't know what. I don't know.
Did you tell Detective Alligator you had the car?
I told you. I don't recall nothing I said to no polices. And I was ready. I had them choppers on deck.
Now you see now, you done f***ed up. You know that, don't you?
What you mean?
I lied on to it because, you know what I mean, I find out that he I can't say that, I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean, it's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened I got locked up the next day. You feel me? I ain't got nothing to do with no murder. Everybody, and I did it. I ain't got nothing to do with it.
RICO is not a crime. It is a category.
I lied on to it.
I don't remember what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year, and I was saying anything. I was saying done anything to get out of here. I was saying done anything.
You know, you guys did that to them. I'm gonna let you know, at some point you're gonna have to pay the piper.
If I get control of this pipeline, I run the city.
I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go sleep on y'all now.
I don't remember what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year, and I was saying anything. I was saying done anything to get out of here. I was saying done anything.
You know, you guys did that to them. I'm gonna let you know, at some point you're gonna have to pay the piper.
If I get control of this pipeline, I run the city.
I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go sleep on y'all now.
So let's not go down the wrong track.
We can go down both, Mr. Hardy. I want to find it, but in terms of co-conspirator statements, you do not have to search through time to, like, there is not a double hearsay exception or objection that if something is a co-conspirator statement in furtherance, the statement, the speaker making it, you don't have to determine if they have personal knowledge or not personal knowledge of it, because the statement itself is in furtherance of the conspiracy.
I think they're saying let's not commit a crime. I mean,
I think they're saying let's not provide easy evidence to inculpate ourselves. I'm going to admit that under the co-conspirator exception.
So let's not go down the wrong track.
We can go down both, Mr. Hardy. I want to find it, but...
Or before the judge rules, then it's not Brady anymore. Then by the time they finally get their hands on the evidence, it's too late. The trial is over. Or they're so exhausted, they don't even have the energy to fight it.
Hi guys, how is everybody?
Or before the judge rules, then it's not Brady anymore. Then by the time they finally get
What up, Junk Forever? That was for you. Appreciate you joining, family.
their hands on the evidence, it's too late. The trial is over. Or they're so exhausted, they don't even have the energy to fight it. Or before the judge rules, then it's not Brady anymore. Then by the time...
I don't recall nothing. I don't lie to the investigators about. I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that they asked you if you knew the make and model of the car?
Today, right now, as I'm right here, the truth is, I don't.
Stacey did with 30 and into. During this time, say what I did 10 there. Stacey did with 30 and
none of those people I mentioned.
During this time, say what I did 10 there.
Supposed to happen. I told the investigators anything, and they went going for the stuff that I was telling them. So I had to try my best to convince them. So guess what I would have to do? Okay, I'm not putting on these because they're closer to me. They'll go for it. I don't just trying to get them out my face. I don't recall. I don't recall what I told no police. I don't recall nothing. I don't lie to the investigators about.
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
Isn't it true that they asked you if you knew the make and model of the car?
I'm the judge taking over this case now. So, go ahead and have a seat. What I want to ask you right now, I know that you have been given immunity with regard to your testimony, and there had been, at some point, you...
What up? What up? NJB, Nay, I see you. Appreciate you joining, family. What up, Berta S? I see you in there. I see you. Appreciate you.
Didn't want to testify at some point. You did want to testify. The first question I have for you...
I don't want to testify.
Okay, the first... Well, right, want to is maybe the wrong term, but... I'm the judge taking over this case now. So, go ahead and have a seat. What I want to ask you right now, I know that you have been given immunity with regard to your testimony, and there had been, at some point, you didn't want to testify. At some point, you did want to testify. The first question I have for you...
I don't want to testify.
Okay, the first... Well, right, want to is maybe the wrong term, but... I'm the judge taking over this case now. So, go ahead and have...
Presumed to be innocent, and they are innocent, and that's what this jury will ultimately decide. But we'll have to get there, and we'll make it, and they'll make a decision. Okay?
And Your Honor, certain court means until proven otherwise, they are presumed innocent until
they're innocent right now as we sit here. So presumed to be innocent, and they are innocent, and that's what this jury will ultimately decide. But we'll have to get there, and we'll make it, and they'll make a decision. Okay?
And Your Honor, certain court means until proven otherwise, they are presumed innocent until
they're innocent right now as we sit here. So presumed to be innocent, and they are innocent, and that's what this jury will ultimately decide. But we'll have to get there, and we'll make it, and they'll make a decision. Okay?
And Your Honor.
Mr. Owl, how many violations of the Georgia Code of Judicial Conduct does it take to get a mistrial with prejudice?
Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
I'll overrule the objection.
What up, family? Appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Chilling, running through some of the old stuff that then went through, you know.
Pussy, cause she done fucked all these men in this case. I said they say they call her good pussy. They say Tree Boy got some good pussy, cause she done fucked all these men in this case. I said they say they call her good pussy Tree Boy.
All the men in the case, or 2 of the men that was in the case.
2. They say Tree Boy got some good pussy, cause they fight about Tree. That's what they say.
Fight about me, y'all. That shit happened 10 years ago. Y'all let that go.
They said
it. Shout out to Unc T Alligator. Unc T Alley Investigator.
In the case, but the people
it ain't my fault. Y'all just finding out about this shit. This shit old. This shit 10 years ago. 10 years ago, and we not gonna do this. This ain't about no pussy. Y'all stop y'all shit.
First of all, the case just found out about it, but we've been doing about it when you. We've been doing about it when you and me was there.
You know it's coming soon, DD. I got you. Appreciate you, family.
That bitch Fanny just trying to get elected, bitch. You just trying to get in the chair. You bring up a case that was 7, 8 years ago, bitch. You could have found another way to get elected, bitch.
That
bitch trying to use me get elected. Y'all better not even vote for that hoe. Cause she doing too much. Leave them folks alone. Free them folks. Free everybody. Dismiss that shit. Y'all just now. Y'all just now finding out about that shit. That's why I be just looking at y'all. Y'all be talking about why these niggas like Tree?
I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't new to me, but I said I remember when she was fucking with him, but I ain't know about him cause they were arguing. I remember when he came up here and said, I'm not, he came up here and you and D, y'all.
Yeah, that shit old. Y'all, that understand we move around that 10 years ago. We move around.
She said that, but I remember when you and D.
Y'all gotta understand that person I was with, like we were messing around as a teenager. He way older than this. He molded me. I moved on with my little life. And I guess, you know, they think I'm supposed to move on with my little life. That's all they want. It wasn't that major. It ain't no problem. I ain't got no problem with neither one of the parties. I ain't got nothing to do with it. But the DA gonna make it seem how they want to make it seem. I plead the fifth. I know nothing. That's all I can say. I don't recall.
Well, hold on, Tree, I will say this. The DA did try to make it seem like something, and every part was like, okay, well, what now? This, that, third.
Apologize, open the door, apologize. What you say?
No, the DA did try to make it seem like one way, but each party was like, well, what now? You know, but I was fucking with Treva, but this ain't, no. They did make it seem like that, though.
Of course, they're gonna make it seem like that. But it's cool. We needed to seem like that. So
Hi guys.
Freedom folks.
How
whatever
is
y'all
everybody?
Do, we don't know none of that. Whatever.
It's
Whatever y'all want to do. Whatever y'all feel like y'all got to do to make the next person feel small for the other people, it's cool with me. I don't got no problem.
But also good pussy Tree, because they say Tree pussy must be good. That's what they say. They say Tree must got some good pussy. That's what they say. They say Tree pussy.
Top and bottom, baby.
You wet?
Move for time.
Hey, excuse me, Hilton. They told me to let you know they're ready to get started.
Okay, just a minute. I'm just putting my face on.
I'm not sure how long I'll be on. I just hopped on, but I'll be on for the most part, yeah.
Welcome, Chief, Deputy, Assistant, District, Special Ops, Attorney, Fumble Lips, Slip-On Hilton.
I'm the gatekeeper.
And welcome, Chief, Double Deputy, Assistant, District, Special Ops, Attorney, Lion-Ass Lawyer, in a Dreamland, no love. I'm Phony. This is Fonny, Fanai, Fanye, Fawny, and Phoebe. We're the fanny pack. Welcome, ladies, to the fine art of Brady. Suppression. Today, we're gonna learn how to keep those pesky defense attorneys in the dark.
We're ready.
Now, Attorney No Love and Attorney Slip-On Hilton, let's start with the basics. What is Brady evidence?
In 1963, the Supreme Court of the United States heard the case of Brady v. Maryland, which dealt with the issue of prosecutors withholding evidence that could potentially exonerate a defendant or lessen their punishment. The defendant's lawyer requested access to the accomplice's statements, but a crucial statement was withheld by the prosecution until after the trial and sentencing had concluded. The central issue was whether this restriction violated the defendant's constitutional rights. The Supreme Court, in its decision, upheld the Maryland Court of Appeals ruling that the suppressed confession would not have reduced the defendant's offense below first-degree murder. The court determined that denying a retrial for guilt did not violate equal protection and maintained that the petitioner should receive a new trial concerning punishment only, not guilt.
What is Brady evidence?
Evidence favorable to the defendant that the prosecution must disclose.
Excellent. Now, how do we prevent that evidence from ever seeing the light of day? First, we misplace it. A little accidental loss never hurt anyone. Or we can bury it deep in the bowels of our file system. And if all else fails, what I had heard was our system got hacked.
But what if the defense requested?
Well, No Love, that's where the delay tactics come in. We stall. We obfuscate. We create roadblocks. By the time they get their hands on it, the trial is over, and they're too tired to fight it.
But what if the defense find it anyway?
That's when we employ the damage control. We spin it, blame it on the defense, or simply deny its significance. Remember, ladies, confidence is key.
Technique 1, the art.
I still got the live open, so when I come back, we'll hear them and we'll be able to tap back in. So it's still playing. I'm just running through some of this other stuff. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with everybody.
Of misplacement.
Now, let's talk about misplacement. It's an oldie but goodie. You see, evidence has a funny way of wandering off. A misplaced file, a lost hard drive, or even missing police reports. The key is, if you don't write nothing, you don't got nothing. It seems accidental, but the result is golden. Now remember, Chief Deputy and Chief Double Deputy, the more complex it is, the easier it is to hide a needle in the haystack.
What if the defense asks for discovery?
Ah, good question. We create a generic log, filled with vague entries. The less specific, the better.
Is there a risk for getting caught?
Well,
of course, there's always a risk. What up, though? Miss D55, I see you. Appreciate you joining, family. Good morning. Grand Rising.
Of course, there's always a risk, but if done right, the chances of getting caught are slim to none. And remember, the ends always justify the means.
Technique 2, the black hole of delay.
Next up, Technique 2, the black hole of delay. This is a delay tactic. This is where patience is your greatest weapon. When the defense requests Brady material, we hit them with a barrage of objections, motions, and appeals. We tie them up in knots until they're begging for mercy. Remember, if you give it to them before the trial is over or before the judge rules, then it's not Brady anymore. Then by the time they finally get their hands on the evidence, it's too late. The trial is over. Or they're so exhausted, they don't even have the energy to fight it. It's beautiful.
How do we avoid accusations of prosecutorial misconduct?
The key is plausible deniability. Blame it on overworked staff or on a clerical error. Never, ever admit to any intentional delay.
Now, what if a judge get impatient?
A little flattery goes a long way. Remind the judge of their busy schedule and how your delay is actually saving them time in the long run.
Technique 3, the spin doctor.
The next technique, number 3, is the spin doctor. Now let's talk damage control. If, by some miracle, the defense actually gets their hands on the evidence, we can go on the offense. We spin the story, blame junior staff, or claim the evidence is irrelevant. And don't worry, the judge will usually jump in here. Remember, confidence is key. If you act like you're in control, people will believe you.
Excuse me, what if the evidence is too damning to spin?
Well, in that case, we resort to plan B. Discredit the witness, attack their credibility, and hope the jury doubts their testimony.
Isn't this unethical?
Ethics are for amateurs, ladies. This is about winning.
Technique 4, the nuclear explosion.
And finally, Technique 4, the nuclear explosion. Now, if all else fails and the defense is relentless, we have one final weapon, the nuclear option. We lock up the defense attorney, a little contempt charge here, a sneaky remark there, and boom, they're behind bars. The message is clear. Mess with us, you pay the price.
Isn't that a bit extreme?
Well, sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures. Besides, it sends a powerful message to the other defense attorneys.
What if the judge doesn't cooperate?
Don't worry about the judge. If he slips up, I'll remove his ass faster than I put him in that seat. A little persuasion might be necessary. A friendly reminder of their career aspirations could work wonders. Don't worry, I'll handle that part. And there you have it, ladies. The complete Brady suppression playbook. Master these techniques and you'll be unstoppable. And remember now, The justice system is ours to shape.
Yo, yo, what up, family? We still rolling, rocking and rolling, getting it
Now,
in.
I would suggest you don't say anymore. Now you want to have it both ways, you can't.
Cloud, whatever it is that he said.
Well, good luck. I want to see you down the streets, okay? All right. Now, if they keep it.
All right, this is the video to Mondo, y'all. She talking to Mondo.
How this baby? Say what? Do you say I'm going to see you, No. Stand right there. Do not move. Come on, baby.
Cloud, whatever it is that he's seeking, cause I guess cause Woody paying his ass dust, he's trying to find any relevance that he can. Somebody please give him some paper. Give him a job. Give that bitch a job. Put that bitch on.
Appreciate you, One Nation. That's one of Offset baby mamas.
In a warehouse somewhere. Goddamn.
Talking about Mondo from this case. She used to be with him and she paid for the money for his lawyer. His lawyer was Fannie Willis.
Do something, bitch. Do something other than talk about other people. How you want to talk about who pee or who tender, bitch, but you speak on the next man relationship. The fuck? You're a chase. You just want attention, baby. That man not gonna give you no attention. That bitch not gonna give you no attention. You ain't got no paper. You don't got no money, baby. You brought me one bag the entire time that we was together, bitch, and I had to go in with you. You was mad that I was even trying to get you to get it for me. I had to put 500 on it. Let's talk about it. Somebody please get a man some attention, some clout, whatever it is. That shit sound crazy, right? Like you running the 6 figures, but I can't get you to buy me a $1,500 bag, bitch, and I just spent 20 plus racks on your attorney to save you from doing 30 years in jail.
She gave him 20 racks for his attorney. What up, Jerome Street? I see you. Appreciate you, family. Salute.
But you think you the catch? Oh, boy, you was delusional. Perks got to make people delusional, dog. Talk about go fuck with a real one. But fucking with you ain't never bring nothing but L after 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 L. Any bitch that fuck with you gon' catch an L, gon' find a whole little trail of L's coming behind you, baby. Be real with yourself, dog. And I hate this for you because I really had real love for you, dog, and I really did, you know what I'm saying? Like, I believed in you. You're a talented person. You just got fucked up way of thinking, dog. Just work. Put in the work. Stop being lazy, bro. That shit sound crazy, right? Like.
You got another one that bites the dust. You got another one that just fell for the bait. Man, this bitch ass nigga just called my phone, man. Damn, bro, why you playing with a nigga? Hey, this on God, don't let me wake up tomorrow online. Wallahi.
And here go Mondo right here. So I guess he tried to slide in Cardi B DM. Now he trying to argue or get some clout off of Offset, it looked like.
Wallahi, this nigga just Offset just called my phone. Bro, why you playing with a nigga, bro? Da-da-da-da. Hey, man, the truth hurt. You shouldn't have been on the internet with your business, my boy. Don't get mad because I'm posting shit on the internet now, but I'm speaking the truth. Now you mad at me. Don't go to calling my phone, hoe ass nigga. We ain't gonna do that, Tinder man. We ain't gonna do that. Cause know what I'm saying? Don't get mad cause I smacked one of your baby mama and I tried to fuck Cardi. I ain't gonna say fuck her. I'm gonna take that back cause ain't no disrespect to Cardi, but I really would just let her know, man, you need a real nigga in your life. Why you letting a nigga drag you through the mud? Like, don't go for that, baby. You feel what I'm saying? That's how I came in her DM. And you cop block because she went. You know what I'm saying? You cop block, boy. You got another one that bites the dust. You got another one that just fell for the bait.
Yeah, so the first one they saying it was Offset's baby mama, one of his other baby mamas. But I guess she the one that paid for Fannie to be his lawyer. Ain't that something? All right, let's back to it now.
Mm-hmm. In 2005, when you moved over to Cleveland Avenue. In 2012, when you formed YSL, had you...
Steph JK, hey, what's good, family? Appreciate you joining.
Been living in the Cleveland Avenue area for about 7 years at that point.
Yeah, I would say.
Okay. And so initially, although you were not born on Cleveland Avenue, at this point in time in 2012, had you been over on Cleveland Avenue for a good amount of years?
Yeah.
All right. And the other individuals, Little Jeff, Tick, Buck Mondo, were they from the Cleveland Avenue area?
No.
Did they live in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No, not all of them.
Who did not live in Cleveland?
Buck and Mondo.
Off of Cleveland Avenue.
Mondo or Buck.
Okay. Where did Mondo or Buck?
What up, Julie Horn? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
Where was Mondo from?
The west side. I don't know exactly where, but he's from the west side.
Okay. And what about Buck?
The west side.
Both from the west side? And when you say the west side, what do you mean?
The west side, I don't know how to...
What neighborhood is it?
It ain't a neighborhood, it's a part of the city.
Do you know what streets are over in the west side of Atlanta?
No, Zone 3.
Do you know what zone is the west side of Atlanta?
Zone 1.
Zone 1.
Grand Risings, everybody.
Outside of Buck and Mondo, were there other members as YSL grew that were not from the Cleveland Avenue area?
I don't recall. I don't really be remember where people from or where they lived at, and I don't even think about stuff like that.
And no, ain't nobody for me to think about picking up and wearing. Y'all ain't putting this type of shit. Y'all scared to wear this type of shit. So it always been like, you feel what I'm saying? For me, I wasn't never really tripping about what I'm saying I'm wearing. All that. It was more sort of shit. Like y'all keep saying this old funny style ass shit. Like our town know what's happening with us though. Outside of us don't, like I said, outside of the town don't really know us. So it's like,
yeah, and you guys, to clarify, you guys come from it's Cleveland, right? And just so the fans,
I'm from Jonesboro South, the Cleveland Avenue area. I'm from the west side of Atlanta. I end up just migrating to Cleveland, like start hanging on Cleveland. I'm from the west side of Atlanta.
Okay, so you're from the west side of Atlanta. That's up. So, and you guys being, I mean, at one point, definitely, you know, in the streets doing your thing, right? When people are starting to say those things, I can see where that could get on your nerves, and you're like, okay, man, don't try me the wrong way.
Yeah, for sure. And it called us to almost crash out a lot of times, but thank God that we just had enough sense to not let that shit bother us and move on with our music.
Well, good luck. I want to see this down sound straight.
So everybody be talking about Fanny and Mondo, how she used to be his defense attorney. Here's the video right here of her defending Mondo, which we just played the clip that Offset baby mama paid to hire her. And here we go.
Now, where's the key, baby? Baby. Yeah. How old is the baby? 7 months. Is everyone to be signature? No. Stand right there. Do not move. Come on, baby. Okay. Thank you. Okay, give one hug. Now, and while you're hugging that really, really cute child, remember that's a decent body back in front of me. Because if you care about it, don't just study these stupid folks like me. All right? Yes, she is. Okay, I can go back. Time's up.
All right.
Step on all my rivals. I got voices in my head, but I'm not suicidal.
There go Mondo. Your boy Mondo.
I know this ain't them perks right here. Where the lean to wash it down though?
They burn they water down. I smoke straight out the pound. I know these.
He smoked straight out the pound. Now this nigga real. Yo, there might be really no mystery in this nigga's history. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, there's really no mystery in Mondo's history.
You be telling like they wearing cap and gowns. Mondo fuck your mama. Mondo fuck your.
The only thing that's missing is some condoms. So, you said the condoms in this bitch?
Sister, they all popping shit. Back in the day, we were popping that crucial. See your bitch ain't choosing. She got a big old booty. I don't need no shooter. I'm my own shooter.
I don't need no shooter. I'm my own shooter. One gun, 2 gun, 3 gun. Sounds about right. You don't need no shooter when you got 3 of them bitches. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
It's a glizzy, not a Ruger. I might slang you.
This a glizzy, not a Ruger. Holy shit. Nah, Mondo was keeping it too real.
Like let Luger, RIP, they coming through you. That one probably run by shooter. I spend racks on my shoes, bitch, I'm rude, I will rude. Yeah, I'm still pushing P. I don't know. On that battle dude, they done made me.
Nah, he was still pushing P. Polka dot?
Shaw, who
Battle dude, they done made me mad. I'm right back on that.
So how did he get out? He was already out on bond, right? I guess he shot his ex-girlfriend. Then he was out on bond, and then he got caught with all that stuff that we see on the table while he was ducking from bond. Like he was running. He didn't show up for court, so he was on the run. They found him. He had all that stuff, and now he back out, still talking about he started YSL and all this stuff. How is he not in jail? Something to do with that Fanny video, I'm sure, huh?
Yes, I've been popping shit. I've been popping tags. Oh, I made. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. One thing we can say about Mondo is that he ain't gonna tell on a soul about this shit. Yo, chat, later on we gotta look up this nigga's bail, man.
motion detected at front door.
Appreciate y'all, family. Appreciate y'all for real, for real. Appreciate the love, family.
Oh, man. Polka dot person.
Well, I'm sure you know, if you follow me at all, that I think gangs are a huge problem in our area. I think for too long, politicians were not really wanting to say this nice southern city in Atlanta had a gang problem, but the reality is we are a major metropolitan city, and there are certainly factors that are caused by gangs. And it's not just the violence. It's everything from car break-ins to burglaries to human trafficking to shootings. So all spectrum of crime is being impacted by gang violence.
That is an important issue to you. It's clear to anybody who knows you or
Gang game.
follows you. What is the DA's
thing that we are doing is we've beefed up that unit in terms of just there's more lawyers, there's more investigators. We've now put jail call technicians that are focused on the calls that involve gang members. We've also done a nexus unit. When I say a nexus unit, I've put an ADA and an investigator that are looking at the cases that involve human trafficking and gangs, and so that's something that was never done before, but we started to see that that was a major problem. Another thing we're doing, and we're doing it very recently, is legislation.
What up, Time? I see you. Appreciate you joining. Appreciate everything. Stay focused, motivated. Truly appreciate you.
We're asking the legislators to make a move, and we're asking them to make a move in changing the way the laws are written. We've got a bill, 359, you may or may not be aware of it, but in that bill we ask that if there is a gang crime that occurs, and for the most part, most of that crime occurs right here in Fulton County, but there's some little piece of it that happens in DeKalb that's criminal in nature, and another little piece that happens in Cobb, maybe one in Gwinnett, but certainly the nexus of the organization and the criminal activity is right here in Fulton. The legislature, we're hoping, will see.
And that's a fact. We all got to be careful. It ain't even about color. It ain't about skin color. It's about the energy. It's about the people that you are, the wherever you come from inside, because your own people will perpetrate on you. That's a fact. I respect that. Shout out to Time.
Fit to allow. This bill also would allow, if you have a repeat domestic violence offender, you would be allowed to bring in that information. If you have a
repeat domestic violence? You mean like Mondo, the one you was defending in court?
Repeat child abuse.
That's out free.
Sexual child offenses, because that is already allowed. But a repeat violence against criminal children. Also, if you have repeat elder abuse and special needs, and so it allows it in all of those arenas where you'd be able to tell the prior conduct if it was repetitive in those particular areas. So I think that is really, really important. That will
Lady
be Justice
is
an
blind.
amazing tool for a
Everybody
prosecutor.
will get it.
But more importantly, for the citizens that have to make those decisions, it will inform them about that this person has a propensity to commit acts of domestic violence. And so I think that that is very important.
They get a fuller picture.
A complete picture.
Fanny, who was bringing up these very crooked lawyers. All of them were full of ish, like their madam. The worst one was love. Here's the story of a man named Brady, who was bringing in injustice of his own. They were working all together in a world so cold. Till the one day when the lady got promoted and the Grey Goose had Brady kinda drunk. Then this group would somehow form a Rico. That's the way they all became the Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. That's the way they became the Brady Bunch.
Mr. Owl, how many violations of the Georgia Code did you just...
What up, Miss DD? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
conduct does it take to get a mistrial with prejudice?
Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Objection. That's intent. I'm overrule the objection.
Could you repeat the question for
Auntie, what up, what up? I see you. Appreciate you, family. We played some cartoons earlier, too, some longer ones. Appreciate you. I might play a couple more while we waiting on the jury to come back. I still got the live open, so we'll hear them when they come back.
me?
Yeah. I'm overrule the objection.
Could you repeat the question for me?
Yeah. No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell me? And that's not what the point is. The point is, you as an advocate, is you should have told me. I got a problem with you now. I got a problem with you now. I would suggest you don't say anymore. Now you want to have it both ways. You can't do it. Both sides have an equal responsibility under the rules of professional responsibility. All right, have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Things have changed. How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed.
Now I see you running, coming for my come up. Broke out all your shackles, turned it to some armor. Used to be the judge, but now you have no honor. To die with your pride is to live with all your karma. Now you understand. Now you understand.
Got another one that fights today. Another night of fun. There's a lot of women talking about me.
All right. Anybody else have any other issues as to...
Uh-oh. Fulton County has no problem.
Yeah, Hilton was wilding yesterday. That's a fact. Shout out to Time. She was banging. Yeah, they was looking like the Blood Gang for show. That's why I labeled that video I made. They was for show looking like the real gangsters. They said, y'all think y'all the gang? Nah, we the gang. Gang. Crazy. What else we got up in here? Let's get a little bit of this in while we here.
Okay, let's bring him in here.
Can you let him know I got a hearing problem? Okay. He said, he is hard of hearing.
Well, that makes two of us. I've got a hearing aid coming on the beginning of June. So I'll just try to talk loudly. Is it okay if I...
Yeah, I can read lips.
Okay, good. Mr. Copeland, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I just wanted to bring you over and let you talk with Miss Bumpus and see if there's anything you need to ask of your counsel, of Miss Hilton, of the state, or the court before we bring you out this morning. Because it is, we would like to hear your testimony. Okay,
well, I
and
want to
that's
speak with you
kind of where we are at this
personally,
point in
that I have never
time.
been truthful a day in my life
So,
until I
is
just
there
made
anything
this
you would
statement
like to
right
ask
now.
at this point
I
in
don't
time?
comprehend none of this stuff that's going on.
Okay, well, only thing you can give is truthful testimony. I mean...
How'd I do with the morning? Here, morning. Morning.
Whatever you know is whatever you know. I mean, that's it.
And what we'll say, and Mr. Copeland and I, we have talked about this. I'm not sure what your concerns are, what concerns that you've expressed to Mr. Melnick last week. But if any of your concerns deal with being locked up for anything, you can't. Like, there's nothing that can happen. The feds, well, that's not, it is true. No, I said that's not his concern. If his concern is his safety, we need to know that. Like, that's not expressed. So we don't know what the concern is so that we can try to resolve the concern. That is what I'm saying. Mr. Copeland and I have had conversations before. I understand some of his concerns as potential criminal liability, hence why we gave you immunity. The federal statute of limitations, done. The statute of limitations, done. So there is nothing, like, I researched it this weekend again. Both of those statutes of limitations for what you and I talked about, which is in 2015 or before, done. You cannot be prosecuted for anything you testify federally or statewide. Immune, period. So if that is a concern, there is none, because you cannot be prosecuted. The federal statute of limitations is 5 years. So anything in 2015, 5 years would have been 2020. Anything statewide is 4 years. That would have been 2019. Finished. Next concern, what may happen in the street? You know what we have talked about. What we can do as far as living.
You got to see on her Brady training. She using that pretty quick. That's why. She using that pretty quick.
And all that. We have had those conversations. So I'm trying to express to you that we do not want you locked up. I don't know how many times I've got to tell you what I've got to say to you. We do not want you sitting in the cab or whatever they've got you because of this. I know you wanted to talk to me on Friday.
But if it make you feel better, just pay attention to her nose because it keeps shape-shifting. Pay attention to her face. It shape-shifts.
Friday before you walked into court. We weren't able to talk. If you still want to talk with or without Miss Bumpus, I'm here, Little Woody. But we do not want you in custody. We will not. This order, I don't know if you kept your copy of the order, but this order says you are immune from prosecution, Little Woody. Any of it. Literally, Judge, you might want to close your ears. Judge, you might want to close your ears. If you confess to a murder on the stand and we don't have any other independent evidence outside of what you say on the stand, you are immune from prosecution from what you say in court. So again, I don't know what was communicated to you on Friday. I have no idea. But what the state has assured you, which I have assured you in our private conversations with Mr. Long, as I'm saying in front of Miss Bumpus, as I told you, that is what the order says.
And that's on direct or cross-examination.
And that is on direct or cross-examination.
So if you're worried about what the defendants may ask you because they may know your business, well, but if they ask you about things that you might think you might have, you can't be prosecuted for any of those things.
I got family members watching this trial, and I don't want my nephew and them to hear the things that I may be involved in and think it's okay. But I think that's a separate conversation you can have with them as an honest individual. Like, look, nephews, I done lived the life that I don't want you to live. Don't.
Okay, hold on, because y'all bringing up Hilton. Y'all got to see the real Hilton. She's actually 1,000 years old. She's just acting like she's younger. She has pretty quick spray. I'll just play that part.
Hey, excuse me, Hilton. They told me to let you know they're ready to get started.
Okay, just a minute. I'm just putting my face on.
Hi guys, how is everybody? It's
Maybe we should get into some Woody.
Well, sugar, Fox has been taking care of us a long time, and it's only right that if and he wants to party here, we can't be jive-assing him elsewhere. Relax, sugar. The music? Well, it's not bad. The booze looks good. Come on, baby. Just with me tonight.
Okay, that's bad.
Oh, that wood. That wood.
FJK going deer hunting? What? Bring me back a deer.
His ass so scared. In the motherfucking trenches with it, you did. Who I got with me?
You got Slims on YouTube, man. Y'all see how this shit going, bro? Yo.
Oh, my Nick can't spend the birthday with me. Hold up now.
Yeah.
Keys showing on YouTube. And let them know where y'all came from.
Man, we came from all the way from Memphis, bro. Come all the way from Memphis, man.
Hellcats and track out. Yeah. Just two the niggas shit up though. We went crazy. Y'all know how to fuck up. I got so much money in my pocket I can't even motherfucking move. You hear me? I know y'all nigga mad. I'd be mad too if I was y'all hating ass nigga. I know y'all would die. Man, who? Bitch, I'm gonna be in all my family member dreams, cussing their ass out. Man, we ain't doing motherfucking dying, man. What the fuck is y'all talking about, man? Man, need to try and take credit for shit they don't be having nothing to do with. Like, man, I watch, man, these niggas be pissing these pants. Like, man, come on, man. Like, get on the internet. Come on, I troll back, boy. I ain't scared of nothing, boy. Straight up. Y'all can say what y'all want to say about me. Y'all can say what y'all want to say to me. Y'all don't call me no red in my face, please, bro. Like, I just don't. They just disrespectful, bro. Like, I respect people, bro. Don't do that in my face. Say it on the internet. You know, DM me and say it. I might laugh back at you, whatever. Tell you to do something about it. But like, if you in my face, just shoot me. Like, don't just call me no rat, bro. Like, just handle the business. You know what I mean? Cause get that blood out your mouth. What? You know how I get, boy. All that playing, ha. But these be like stories from like back in the day, like.
What up, though, family? We sitting here waiting for them to come back with the jury deliberation.
Multiple conversations we've had.
Some of the stuff that's been happening throughout this trial, and while it's going on, they tried to sneak this one past us, remember?
What certainly moving forward after the DOJ, and we've been anticipating the DOJ report, and we are certainly in a space now that we are happy that it has come out. It has right now in it 109 different remedial opportunities for us as we continue. I do want to point out that if you look at it in its depth, it is a point-in-time study, if you will, and a lot of the things we have worked with the board over the past few months to accomplish, and wanted to highlight some of those. We look at, when I took office as sheriff, we had a population of 3,700 individuals, 600 of them sleeping on the floor. We work with the Board of Commissioners to develop an outsourcing plan. Right now, the population has decreased, ultimately because we have had and formed an inmate advocacy unit, a unit that has gone through and combed through over 30,000 records, worked with the DA's office, worked with the public defender's office, worked with the judges on consent decrees, and released nearly 1,400 people that were considered nonviolent. We also take a look at our accreditation efforts, both with respect to NCCHC, the health accreditation, which we have since attained. We look at some of our daily accomplishments, and we've revamped some training as we must. So we're committed to continuing as we daily accomplish. And we revamped some.
I had to check that twice when I was recording it because I was like, why did this skip? I had to make sure it wasn't me tripping, so that's why that played twice.
Training as we have gone along over the last few months. So we're committed to continue to work with the Bureau of Justice Assistance Program, as well as the National Institute of Corrections when it comes to what going through some of these remedial efforts look like. And I would suggest to you, certainly with the board's collaboration, we have been able to do some things both structurally to the building that ultimately the chairman will cover, as well as programmatically in terms of what it looks like for us to hire, retain, and really focus on a better sheriff's office. So I'll turn the mic over to the chairman, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I concur with the sheriff. We've come a long ways in really a short period of time.
That's a fact, Julie. He did about how a lot about Fulton County. Shoot, ex parte meetings, dirty jail operations, dirty arrests, false arrests, making them snitching, fake snitching, false snitching. Is that what it is? What up, Aubrey? Y'all see you. Appreciate you, family.
And we have a few steps yet to go, but I'm encouraged about where we are. I was eagerly, and we as a board, eagerly awaiting the report from the Department of Justice, which we received. I've not had a chance to read it in its entirety yet, but we'll do so. But what I understand, it's pretty comprehensive, but we've made a lot of changes and adjustments so far, although I will admit that we have things that we need to accomplish going forward, working with the sheriff. So I think that today is a time of us looking forward and not backwards. How do we accomplish some of the things that have been that were pointed out in the study? But I'm in the process now of reviewing the detailed report that was issued, and we look forward to working with the Department of Justice as we move forward, but more importantly, working with our sheriff to make sure that we abide by what's in the report and anything that may be forthcoming. We share the concerns that were outlined, and we're going to be working jointly, cooperatively to address them. We've already begun working on several things, including our jail blitz plan, which is in force now, making considerable progress there, where we've identified.
Yo, that's a fact, Julie Horn. Yo, this is happening all over America. This ain't just in Fulton County. Fulton County is just the first one that put it on show and put it on display. That's why I was saying last night that I think this was like a test to see how the public react to it, because they've been doing it. It's just they just did it to a whole nother level. They tried to just go to the extreme in front of everybody. That's what made it so big, but it's crazy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know about like Fulton County, like the whole combination. They doing all the bads. I think some of them, they got some here, some bad cops, some bad jails, whatever, but I don't know, whatever.
Issues in 9 of our 11 housing units, and they should be 9 of 11 rather should be finished and completed by the end of the year. The board has also approved spending up to about $300 million to fully address the facility needs. In our meeting on Wednesday, as a matter of fact, the hope is to name a program or project manager for the team to assess all of the needs that they can identify. So I'm excited about where we are, and believe that we're headed in the right direction. I've said all along that we will have to comply with what
Peace, family.
Whatever the Justice Department recommends, and that's what we're in the process of doing now. So thank you all for being with us.
Positive and optimistic, but to be honest, the tone this morning was really damning from the Department of Justice. How serious is this, and were you guys already making plans and making changes before now, or because earlier this morning it seems like no changes have been made?
Well, I view that a little differently. If you look at what was said this morning, the tone and tenor was, none of this is new. This is decade-old problems. some that predate certainly the chairman and I relationship. But ultimately, it also said, and it was also pointed out very, very poignantly, these are fixable opportunities. And so that's what our plan is as we get ready to move forward, is to be able to fix each one of these opportunities and move forward.
Sheriff, the DOJ said that some of the violence stems from the fact that, or stems from a lack of an adequate classification system that results in really violent inmates being housed with more vulnerable inmates. Do you have any response to that, and is that something you're trying to address?
So we are addressing that. I have said quite loudly that we will not be able to just simply throw staffing at this. We're going to have to embrace technology, and we're working with our IT department to do just that. There are classification systems that are a little more robust, and we are presenting those as we get ready to move toward the new budget cycle as well.
I just interviewed Andrea Young with the ACLU, and she believes that a big thing that could help with this, I know y'all have talked about, there's just not enough space for all of the inmates, and a big issue she saw was the fact that a lot of people in there can't afford to bond out, and a lot of people in there might not necessarily be in there because of a concern of violence or a concern of being a danger to society. Do y'all feel that maybe there is a systematic change that needs to be in place for the people who do end up in the jail to begin with? So the filtering system of who is jailed in the Fulton County Jail versus, just everyone in jail, and changing how the jail functions.
Well, we don't have the luxury of predicting who is brought to the facility. You look at what some of the conversations had around misdemeanor versus felonies, et cetera. And so we have less than 200 felons there, and ultimately most of those are domestic violence related. And so we don't have the luxury of saying who comes and goes, but what we do with it through the inmate advocacy unit is really pull. I thought I said less than 200 misdemeanors. All right, I want to make sure I'm clear. So they're less than 200 misdemeanors. The rest are felons, but those are domestic violence related. And so to that extent, we work with the DA's office, we work with the public defender's office to see whom we can really.
Hey, that's a fact, Steph JK. It's everywhere. I just interviewed a Jewish rabbi from Rikers Island, and I'm gonna post that interview soon. So, yep, he was exposing a lot of stuff that go on there. So, you right about that. Rikers Island is the big prison in New York.
Out of jail if it is applicable.
Whatever.
But going through, and I mentioned our inmate advocacy unit, there are times when we find somebody that has a bond that has dwindled down to less than $1,000, $500, $10, or whatever it may look like, and then we get them out of jail. But we can't just let them go. We try and connect them with their families. And that's why it's important to have such programs. And we've invited the ACLU and a number of different community-based organizations in to really help not only see that, but to see what they have to offer as well.
A push from the sheriff to build a new jail. A lot of the things inside of that report was for structural. They cited some of the inmates going between the walls and darkened alleyways and things like that. Is there still a push? Are you still pushing for a new jail?
So it's a great question. And one thing that we have to recognize is that we are going to work with the facility we have. The Board of Commissioners has approved, as you heard Chairman say, up to $300 million in renovations. You have to understand that facility was built to warehouse people. And the first thing we have to do is change the culture of how we get people processed through courts, et cetera. Because can you imagine if we had 1,000 less people even than we had today? And so ultimately, we have to make sure we focus on adjudication. Specifically, we have to have a replacement facility at some point in the future. And that is at the will of the board and the appetite there. But ultimately, a $300 million renovation is a huge step forward.
What's good, family? Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure y'all hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. That's mostly been some clips that I already played, but I got some other stuff that I can mix in with it. Let me just find this screen thing real quick. Here we go. TV. Close that one. There we go.
Amanda Timpson says she doesn't want to just clear her name, but she want to make sure that the federal fund goes to its intended audience and purpose, and that's the youth in the city of Atlanta and in Fulton County.
No one said Creflo Penny.
I'm here today to fight for my reputation, to fight for the youth of Fulton County, but also for the truth.
Former Fulton County District Attorney employee Amanda Timpson says she wants people to know what's happening by Fulton County's top cop and her office with claims of blatant misuse of funds with federal grant money. Timpson voluntarily reached out and went before the Senate Special Committee on investigations as they investigate Fulton County District Attorney Bonnie Willis. Timpson claims she worked to get a grant for the department under the direction of former DA Paul Howard. When Willis was elected, she says her team wanted the money for equipment, travel, and swag that also includes computers. Timpson claims this is illegal and directly outlawed in the terms of the grant. Timpson also says many so-called at-risk youth in the program weren't at risk or even a resident of the county, let alone the state.
Everybody went around and said what school they attended and where they're from, and there were many students who were outside of the state, outside of the county.
Timpson says the more she pushed back, the more retaliation she received, including a demotion and ultimately her abrupt firing. Willis was not present at the hearing, but this comes just days after she clinched the Democratic primary win.
Challenge me on my budget, but Akeem wanted what I tell him. I'd rather see him in the classroom than in the courtroom.
Those senators against the formation of the committee fought back, calling Timpson a Republican political pawn.
This point is becoming very frustrating because we are now at the point of completely wasting time.
What up, Loa? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
Not only the time of federal senators, but the time of the people of the state of Georgia, and quite frankly, even this country.
Committee Chair Republican Bill Cowster says he's still waiting for District Attorney Willis to accept their invitation to testify and says they will subpoena if necessary.
She said as recently as this morning that nobody is above the law. She's saying that out of one side of her mouth, and out of the other side, she's saying, I am above the law. I will not comply.
Yeah, and
she's saying out one side of her mouth, nobody's above the law, except for her though. She the only one that's above the law. Crazy.
Arrington said, I hope she gets the help that she obviously and desperately needs. The Center Square, a Fulton County commissioner targeted by a state lawmaker's lawsuit, said the action is a baseless waste of time and resources, and called the filing frivolous. Representative Mesha Maynor, R. Atlanta, is suing top Fulton County officials, including the district attorney prosecuting former President Donald Trump, saying they conspired to help a former campaign worker who's... Just a quick word from our sponsor. Are you bogged? Maynor named Arrington and Willis both individually and in their professional capacities. Ms. Maynor's previous claims before the State Bar of Georgia and federal court have all been dismissed as frivolous and unsubstantiated, Arrington said. The Fulton County Board of Ethics determined that she presented insufficient evidence and found no probable cause to proceed with her claim on March 16, 2021.
She never fought for me. The fear and anxiety victims endure are compounded by the constant vigilance required to protect themselves. In my own experience seeking justice from Fulton County DA Bonnie Willis, I discovered concerning actions that were brought to my attention from an investigative reporter. It revealed collusions between my stalker, aided by Fulton County Commissioner Marvin Arrington, who also served as my stalker's personal attorney. This conflict of interest is alarming, as it compromises the very justice system meant to protect victims. Despite presenting numerous witnesses, DA Willis did not interview one single witness. Over 20 were presented, including my pastor after he joined my church. This pattern of neglect and misconduct persisted, violating my rights under Marcy's law as she offered a plea deal without consenting me. The passage of the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualification Commission is...
That's kind of a good idea, Aubrey, y'all, to integrate AI and stuff, but that's kind of scary too, because AI gonna be merciless. They ain't gonna have no in between. It's like either yes or no, and it's just boom, 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 like straight to the line. So I don't know. So it could be good in some cases, but also it could be bad also because they don't have no feelings or no emotions. But I guess neither do Glanville or Love either. So I guess it wouldn't be too much different. At least they'll follow the rules.
It's a vital step towards accountability, providing recourse for citizens failed by the system. Fulton County Commissioner Marvin Arrington chose to take a stalking case against a state representative, all while he oversees and appropriates funds to the DA's office. As a criminal defense attorney, Fulton Commissioner Marvin Arrington defends his clients in the same courtroom he appropriates and has unlimited access to the judges. DA Willis is charged to represent victims in Fulton County, the very people Commissioner Arrington's private clients seek to dismiss claims against. Two attorneys, family friends, law school classmates, opposing each other with one having the authority to chop up charges to benefit the other, and one with the authority to vehemently advocate for funding. A perfect storm for an unknowing victim. During jail calls, Commissioner Arrington and my stalker plotted various actions, including manipulating judges, leveraging political influence, and conversations that were had between Commissioner Arrington with Fani Willis before she was even sworn into office about my case. Commissioner Arrington discusses getting favors from the chief jailer of the Fulton County Jail on behalf of my stalker, and the criminal behavior of other elected officials, past and present, is discussed on these jail calls. Despite presenting numerous witnesses, DA Willis contacted no one. DA Willis and ADA Yolanda Mack admitted awareness of judges favoring Commissioner Arrington. She never fought for me as a victim, a Fulton County resident. She was always in the pocket of the commissioner and retaliated against me after I contacted the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Violence Against Women, because DA Willis repeatedly allowed my stalker to be released on bond for non-bondable crimes and failed to notify me of court proceedings repeatedly. She never mentioned to the court her conflict of interest and that when she was discussing my case with her close family friend and my stalker's attorney, Commissioner Marvin Arrington, before she was even sworn into office. The Georgia Democrat Party's decision to grant a convicted felon, previously jailed for 1 year for aggravated stalking, allowing him access to voter data poses a serious risk to every Fulton woman. Campaign software driven by GPS data exposes private information of registered voters without considering the implications of allowing unqualified individuals on the ballot. Today, accountability is paramount, especially with the Fulton County DA failing to assist citizens affected by domestic violence, stalking, or unjust incarceration. The establishment of PAC offers a crucial avenue of justice, addressing challenges faced by non-legal professionals in navigating complaints against misconduct. Recent legislative changes led by Commissioner Bob Ellis ensures that offices funded by Fulton County adhere to ethical standards, safeguarding the rights of citizens. The communities I represent are disproportionately affected by DA Willis's office, particularly those with underperforming schools. Despite laws mandating timely indictments, many languish in jail for months without resolution. Fulton County's jail stay average is 291 days. The national average is 30. 37% of inmates are unindicted in the jail. 3 people unindicted have sat in the jail longer than 2 years. This prolonged detention, often is overcrowded in overcrowded conditions, reflects a failure of justice and basic human rights. It's imperative that the legal system upholds its duty to prosecute promptly or release detainees. Each person in the jail is someone's child, parent, sibling, or loved one. The Georgia General Assembly set clear guidelines for DA Willis, requiring her to indict individuals in custody within 90 days. Those arrested without bond must have their case presented to the grand jury within the same time frame. There are no exceptions to this law. If individuals have been incarcerated for over 90 days, while the DA takes extended vacations with her special prosecutor, it's a direct insult to Fulton County families and those in jail. Consider this: sleeping on the floor for 2 years without facing a judge is not justice. It's a glaring example of inhumane neglect, which the law is designed to rectify, either prosecute or release. The ACLU reported 503 unindicted inmates that were incarcerated at least 90 days. 447 were sleeping on the floor. DA Willis is required to notify a judge if a person remains in jail on felony charges without indictment for more than 45 days. Sheriff Labatt faces a significant challenge with his colleague neglecting her duties, leaving him to manage an overcrowded jail. If DA Willis addressed the backlog as requested, lives could have been saved. Everyone deserves justice. By the end of 2023, 90% of the people in custody were Black. This is not a time to give awards to people for failing to do their job. The Georgia General Assembly enacted a law mandating bail amounts to reflect a defendant's income. Excessive bonds can be rectified swiftly under these laws. Mismanagement in the DA's office shouldn't jeopardize someone's livelihood. Before I go to the next speaker, I want to say one last thing. DA Willis, backed by Commissioner Arrington, has spent millions prosecuting 2 celebrities. This allocation of funds adversely impacts the residents I represent. Standing up against political figures like Arrington and Willis is daunting. Living in a system that feels broken and corrupt and facing retaliation for protecting my family is disheartening. Yet I am supported by brave individuals that were not scared to stand next to me. There are also many brave individuals that have been contacting me about their stories. To those listening, don't hesitate to share your story. You have a community of supporters that will assist you. If you've been victimized by Commissioner Arrington or DA Willis, contact my office. Remember, victims should never blame themselves for things beyond their control. There's no excuse for anyone to violate, harass, intimidate, or stalk you. Trust your instincts and take steps to protect yourself.
AOBD, what up, April O'Neil's baby daddy? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family. That's a fact, Brooklyn. Appreciate y'all being here. Like, subscribe, tap in, share with a friend.
Another night of crime in Atlanta public housing. Both through Red Dog and homicide, several.
All right. But this is the absolute truth, this second interview, right?
Second interview is
okay. We're done, man. It's that simple.
First, looking at 25C, first, is that the apartment complex?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, no one. We could do that. You and Steph, JK, and we could have a night where we just play y'all music. I won't get monetized for that channel. I won't do the monetization for that video, but we could do it.
Is it yes or no? Sorry.
I can't tell. Presumed to be innocent, and they are innocent, and that's what this jury will ultimately decide. But we'll have to get there, and we'll make it, and they'll make a decision. Okay?
And Your Honor, I'm certain court means until proven otherwise, they are presumed innocent until
they're innocent right now as we sit here. So, and until I charge the jury accordingly and otherwise, and the evidence is presented to them, well, evidence first and then charge them. But as to how this case goes.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you.
Answer was, I didn't want to meet with them, which is my right.
Say that again?
Which is my right. I just changed my mind.
As far as protocols and legality, you're not aware of any laws or protocols, APD, standard operating procedures, that would prevent the destruction.
Fox 5 deleting videos for him.
Of an audio statement if the detective determined it to be a lie.
Me personally, I can only speak for me. I don't know the city policy word for word.
Atlanta police are taking a page from the past to fight crime now. The Titan unit, which launched this summer, takes a page from another time when Atlanta struggled with violent crime. And the police chief says it will take an aggressive approach.
It's worth noting what he says it will not be.
Like black-clad ninjas, they swoop down on their prey without warning.
This is how a 1993 11 Alive news report described an Atlanta police unit called Red Dog.
When there's a problem, and they call Red Dog.
Which targeted drug dealers and street crime with aggression and bravado.
In the projects, man, this ain't Buckhead.
It was effective and politically popular at a time when crime and crack cocaine were rampant.
It is a fight by the community against crime, assisted by the police.
Red Dog was also problematic. During one raid, they accidentally beat down an undercover Atlanta cop who sued the city afterward.
And some of these officers, they just attack people without, in regard to asking the questions or anything. Just attack you.
The city disbanded Red Dog, but the appeal of specialty squads remains at a time when crime is resurgent.
Once upon a time,
this was a House Public Safety Committee hearing Tuesday.
Atlanta had a squad that was noted to be called the Red Dog Squad. Have y'all considered specialty squads?
Absolutely. That new unit is called the Titan Unit.
Atlanta Police Chief Rodney Bryant says the new Titan unit will work aggressively to address violent crime, though he says without Red Dog's sometimes violent tactics.
What we saw in the Red Dog area was drugs being sold on our streets and violence being committed around those drugs right there. This level of violence that we're seeing.
Look, y'all remember him? That was the same one that was on stage with Fonnie when she was talking about when she arrested Young Thug.
Thing is a tad bit different. We have to think more strategically with better ideas
right there.
On how we are able to address crime.
He was right there next to her when they arrested Young Thug.
One person who is not worried, her boss, Mayor Jim Strickland.
So you think she has been as transparent as she should be with the public?
Absolutely. Last time I was here, she was with me.
But that was hours before the videos of Tyree Nichols' interaction with police were released more than 2 weeks ago. Video that has a country in disbelief and a police department still reeling as the number of officers entangled grows. But Mayor Strickland says his pick for top cop has handled everything well. Even as comparisons are made between the Scorpion unit she started in Memphis and one she was over for a short time in Atlanta. Red Dog was an anti-drug unit started in Atlanta to target drug dealers and street crime. But it was also plagued with accusations of violent tactics, beating down citizens, and of attacking people without asking questions. It was disbanded in 2011. C.J. Davis was over Red Dog at one point in her career. But for many in Memphis, Red Dog didn't even come to light until the Scorpion unit's downfall.
The whole Red Dog issue, were you aware of that, and why was it not a problem for you?
At the time of hiring, no, I was not aware of a Red Dog unit or anything like that. But the little bit I've looked into it, that was a completely different.
Shout out to Brooklyn. Appreciate you, family.
Kind of special operation than this. The Scorpion is more like the Titan unit that's currently in Atlanta, and Titan is completely different than Red Dog.
Who actually works in the unit? Even though Davis told City Council they do track excessive force within the special units.
And officers who have excessive use of force or other complaints, they've been moved out of those units. We have a list of officers that have been moved out of these specialized units because they just didn't fit the bill.
But it's information we haven't been able to get, even though the police director says they improved the process back in the fall.
We also changed our disciplinary process to capture all complaints in the Memphis Police Department. Prior to changing the disciplinary process, most internal affairs numbers or control numbers were issued by the Internal Services Bureau for investigation. Many of the complaints throughout the department did not receive a control number. We centralized all of our complaints so that we can capture the least complaint to the most egregious complaints in one depository through our ISB unit.
We asked the mayor about the complaint process.
You never heard anything about how many complaints they have. Is that tracked? Should it be tracked? And should it stop with the director?
It's
knowing that information.
Reimagining policing, all that data is on that website.
Complaints that they've had, IAB complaints, investigations that they've had.
Against the Memphis Police Department is all on that website.
And Scorpion unit as well.
Included in those data.
So were you aware that there have been complaints against the Scorpion unit before all of this happened?
No.
Apparently.
But in that video, she said she was not proud of what we were about to see. And what we saw You know, regrettably,
Hi guys, how is everybody?
it reminded us of
Good.
Rodney King video.
By the city of Memphis. Some faced previous reprimands. The file of former Lieutenant Dwayne Smith, who was the responding supervisor on scene the night of January 7th, was hired by the department in 1998 and was promoted to lieutenant of the OCU in October of 2022, just a couple of months before this happened. For his actions that night, Internal Affairs sustained departmental charges of neglect of duty, not wearing his body camera, and making unauthorized public statements for what he told Tyree's mother that night. Dwayne Smith retired before he was terminated. Fox 13 also told you before about officers Preston Hemphill and Adrian Blakes, who were both fired for their actions that night, including lying about what happened. Their records were released on Wednesday as well. These new documents also reveal departmental charges against 3 other officers.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. I got a bunch of Reggie. I got some Reggie we could play that night. Yeah, that's a fact. I got some of that.
Officers Irma Montez.
I had to invite him in and let him know we gonna do a night like that. He'll come through.
Jamila Matthews and Christopher Wilson were also found to have broken departmental policy by not complying with body-worn camera regulations. Fox 13 confirmed these 3 patrol officers are still on the streets. On Wednesday, we also learned 2 high-ranking officers were disciplined for not following regulations.
What you talk about, no one? Try to refresh your browser. We still rocking.
Major Christopher Money and Lieutenant Colonel Charles Morris. We are working to learn more about their punishments and work status.
Was with the Red Dog Unit.
The Scorpion unit was put together to add extra visibility in the community and also develop relationships with community members. The acronyms stand for Street Crimes Operations to Restore Peace in Our Neighborhoods. And it basically was that people felt like the police department was allowing gun violence in certain communities. And it wasn't that, it was just that police officers that are responding to calls for service had such high volumes of calls. The whole idea that the Scorpion unit is a bad unit, I just have a problem with that.
He could have been you. We're standing on business.
Street criminals who are involved in gun violence, robbery, murder. Those are the folks that they target in Atlanta. Wearing a specialized green uniform, they often work in the shadows, identifying crime patterns and arresting criminals. But recently, Apex was thrust into the bright light of controversy when the cell phone...
Hey, y'all remember Detective Dennis was part of Apex too. Detective Peanut Investigator Dennis.
Video emerged showing one of their officers, identified as Sergeant Padilla, fighting with a suspect accused of possessing a bag filled with marijuana. Police say Padilla was trying to apprehend Harold Barnwell near the corner of Joseph E. Boone and Lanier Street. Barnwell's mother tries to intervene but is pushed to the ground. Barnwell is eventually arrested and is facing felony obstruction and possession of a controlled substance. His mom, Jennifer, is also facing misdemeanor obstruction. But is this a typical day for the Apex unit?
Look, there you go. There you go, Detective Dennis. He said he was Apex 2 on the stand. I didn't hear him. He didn't say that when I first saw this. I just found the picture, and I'm like, what? I saw this picture. I'm like, hold on, that looked like the Apex uniform. But then on the stand, he ended up saying that he was with Apex.
So when we started off in class 174, we had about 35 people in our class. We ended with 20 that graduated with our final Atlanta police. Yeah, biggest week.
the city of Atlanta.
So we now know that Chief C.J. Davis worked for the Atlanta Police Department. This is during a time when a controversial task force called Red Dog was used. Now it's similar to the so-called Scorpion unit used in the Tyree Nichols traffic stop.
That's right. For years, there have been several tactical units that have targeted crime right here in Atlanta, from the Titan unit to the Red Dogs. And now after this recent bout with police brutality, many are worried about the safety of those units.
I heard about Scorpion. The first thing I thought of was Red Dog. And of course, the killing of Catherine Johnston.
Johnston was the 92-year-old Atlanta resident shot and killed when the Red Dogs, an undercover tactical unit, entered her home during a botched drug raid. Georgia NAACP President Attorney Gerald Griggs says the video showing 6 Memphis police officers beating Tyree Nichols brought him back to negative memories.
Growing up in Atlanta in the 90s when Red Dog was at its height, you know, as a young African American, you were worried about, they were called the jump out boys, jumping out on you, even if you weren't doing anything. So I don't think a community should have to live in that kind of fear.
But Councilmember Michael Bond says the Red Dog unit was dismantled after public outcry, and steps have been taken to prevent similar incidents.
What's obvious in Memphis is that there was no accountability for these officers, because these are not tactics that they just came up with that night.
Bond says while the city does have tactical units, they are for targeted operations.
That's the core difference in Atlanta, is its management, the preparation that the officers receive, and, you know, the training that they get and the accountability that they're held to.
But Memphis Police Chief Shirlene Davis' online bio shows she led various tactical units, including the Red Dogs, during her time with Atlanta. Details that worry Griggs.
To learn the latest iteration of the Scorpion unit was instituted by a chief that came from Atlanta. I thought back to, what about the Titan unit? What about these specialized tactical units that are happening all over the state of Georgia?
I'm just checking the stream, that's why it's going black. I'm just making sure it's still up and still live. So we'll hear it when it come back. Appreciate y'all, family.
A squad that was noted to be called the Red Dog Squad. Have y'all considered specialty squads?
Absolutely. That new unit is called the Titan unit.
It's called the Titan unit.
Atlanta PD's Titan unit. Seeking out the most dangerous people wanted in the city.
The goal of the Titan unit is proactive enforcement in our high crime areas.
Lieutenant Neil Welch is the Titan commander.
Atlanta police, search warrant! Serving high-risk narcotics search warrants. It's commonplace for these officers to encounter armed individuals and armed individuals in vehicles.
Officers say they found 3 handguns within his reach.
Get on the ground. I'm not moving. Hands on your back. The majority of our work is enforcement-based in areas where we're seeing high crime trends or high crime rates. One of the things I find most impressive about the work that the unit does is the number of guns that they are recovering.
More than 120 firearms this year alone.
That averages out to about 5 a week. That's pretty significant.
What does it take to be in APD's Titan unit?
We're looking for those officers who take it a step further and are going out trying to find those crimes that are really more violent in nature and making arrests related to those.
In response to the video release, the Memphis Police Department says it is permanently closing its Scorpion unit. Some of the 5 former officers accused of brutally beating Tyree Nichols to death were members of the unit. A statement released by the department says while the actions of a few people in the specialized unit brought dishonor to Scorpion, Memphis police are committed to take steps in the healing process of all those that are impacted and rebuild trust in the community. The decision by Memphis police to disband the unit, drawing comparison by some to the drug strike force once known as the Red Dogs here in Atlanta. Memphis Police Chief, who, according to her work bio, started her career with the City of Atlanta Police Department and was assigned to specialized investigations, including ones of the Red Dog unit. Now, the unit was a 1990s era team that targeted drug dealers and street crime with aggression and bravado. Members of the unit were reportedly a part of the drug raid where 92-year-old Catherine Johnston was shot 5 times at her Atlanta home during a no-knock warrant at the wrong house. The unit was disbanded shortly after the team raided the Atlanta Eagle, a gay bar on Ponce de Leon Avenue, without a warrant and detained and searched people who were not suspected of any crime. In 2021, Atlanta police created a new unit aimed at curbing the city's violent crime rates, titled Titan Unit, that police say works aggressively to address violent crime without Red Dog's violent tactics.
The murder of Tyre Nichols has led to an increased scrutiny of the city's Scorpion Unit, a special crime unit that the Memphis Police Department describes as targeting high crime areas. But Tyre is not the first person to be killed by a special crime unit here in Memphis, Tennessee. In the wake of Tyre Nichols' murder, some advocates of police reform are pointing to the use of special crime units like the one that took Tyre's life. The night Tyre was pulled over during what was supposed to be a routine traffic stop, he had no idea that the officers were members of the Scorpion Unit, a highly militarized team in Memphis. But nothing is routine to the Scorpion Unit. In fact, when addressing reckless drivers, they had strict orders to focus on seizing cars rather than writing tickets. Tyre was never going to receive a ticket that night. His vehicle was surrounded by cops with their guns drawn. He wasn't asked for his license, he wasn't asked for his registration. Instead, he was ripped from his car, tased, chased down, and fatally beaten. Footage of the events that took Tyre's life shocked the nation when they were released. But a closer look at the violent policing of the Scorpion Unit reveals what happened to Tyre is something the people of Memphis know all too well. We spoke to several people in Memphis who could attest to the brutality of the city's police and its specialized units.
Tyre was the fourth person killed by MPD since November. Yes. The other three were shot. They won't give us body camera, but they make the same excuses and the same reasons for shooting them each time, which is they'll say that they shot at them first. We never have any evidence of that. We never know that that's actually what happened.
Not even in snow. We see you in snow, we walk right back out. We see you in the real snow, we walk right back out. We don't even want to breathe the same air as car. Just because of this situation right here, why would we want to breathe the same air like that? You might get mad. He probably have a bad day. He probably be trigger happy or something. Just like that. He probably can get away. Just like they did. They just burned it out, right?
My name is Ysl Stewart. I'm the first cousin of Darius Stewart, who was shot and murdered by MPD officer Connor Schilling. He was not arrested. He works for the South Haven Police Department now. He had 3 DUIs and he had complaints of a sex offense. They did not arrest him. They didn't do anything to him. And I feel this family pain because my family went through it in 2015.
In 2021, when C.J. Davis became the first black female police chief in Memphis, she gave the community the impression that she would have a tougher response to police misconduct. But mere months later, she adopted an approach of, quote, being tough on tough people. When she announced the creation of the Scorpion Unit, a nefarious acronym for Street Crimes Operation Employees. Let me check who's going to need attention. 3 of those officers that attacked Maurice were involved in the beating of Tyre Nichols. Other units.
And you decided you're going to delete it and not send it over to anyone.
No.
That would be wrong?
Yes.
Tell the jurors why that would be wrong.
Because that's evidence. You're deleting evidence. It doesn't matter if that evidence showed that it meant nothing, but it was a part of your investigative file.
If it is it a crime to delete evidence?
I'm sure it is, yes.
Called obstruction of justice?
Amongst other things.
Tampering with evidence?
And probably oath of office.
Violation of oath of a police officer's office if the officer did that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
All right. Anything else anything else in that first statement that you'd like to
What up, the world's end? I see you. Appreciate you, family.
clear up now that we're here?
During those 17 years of investigating crimes, did you, during the course of your investigations, did you start an interview with a person and record it and then erase the recording?
I've done that.
How many times have you done that?
Objection, Your Honor. Oh, I'll sustain the objection.
Did you, during the course of your investigations, did you start an interview with a person and record it and then erase the recording?
I've done that.
How many times have you done that? Goes to credibility, Your Honor.
Objection. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know. As I testified before, in context, many times I would have a tape recorder just running in my lapel, in my pocket, and knocking on doors. And again, as I'm interviewing someone or witnesses especially, they would lie. I would have facts or have a feeling, not even knowing.
As far as protocols and legality, you're not aware of any laws or protocols, APD standard operating procedures, that would prevent the destruction of an audio statement if the detective determined it to be a lie?
Me personally, I can only speak for me. I don't know the city policy word for word. David Quinn Jr., homicide detective, working 19 years in that field. I never destroy anything. I can't speak for other detectives. I don't know the rules. I don't know all the rules for APD.
There's reference to a first statement, and if Mr. Nava Flores wants to clear anything else up from the first statement he gave.
I remember that well.
Okay, and you would agree that there's that clearly establishes that there were in fact two statements given.
Okay, only one given to me. I can't speak to whoever that law enforcement official was that Nava Flores spoke with. It was in the ether, and I didn't know who it was.
And I'm going to get back to that. Any investigations in Jonesboro South Apartments?
I've had, both through Red Dog and Homicide, several.
Okay.
To gather information of an incident. Generally speaking, my experience with reading SOPs they're very general of what you should do in a certain circumstance.
Controversial unit was called Red Dog. Chief C.J. Davis led the unit during her time with the Atlanta Police Department. The unit was disbanded more than a decade ago after officers were accused of using excessive force and violating Atlantans' civil rights. Rovon Wells alleges her son's death back in January was set in motion when a similar unit launched here in Memphis. A crucial decision in a landmark lawsuit against the city of Memphis. U.S. Magistrate Judge Annie T. Kristoff denying the city's request to strike any mention of the Red Dog unit from Rovon Wells' lawsuit. The city argued mentioning the Red Dogs is, quote, immaterial, impertinent, or scandalous, and meant to disparage Chief Davis for actions before coming to Memphis.
Ammunition for the police, you're going to see retribution. Well, what we also saw at this point in time was an influx of guns. And much of this is for this reason that we see the establishment of the Red Dog Police. Now, I want to give you all a little bit of understanding about the Red Dog Police. There were some serious conversations taking place in the 1980s, particularly 1987, with what was to be done because crack cocaine had become a public safety issue. I will tell you all this. Crime was up astronomically in terms of what we know. And because of crack cocaine, we really see it take place on the west side, southwest, south side, and east side of the city. While you have the Atlanta hustlers in Atlanta, on the east side, you have Down by Law, which is the Glenwood area, Candler Road area. So you begin to see how this becomes a turf war. So what happens is because crime had become such a problem, in 1987, crime in the 7 major categories of homicide, sexual assault, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, and auto theft had increased by 18.4%. Than the previous 2 years. And so as a result to curtail, and much of this has to do with crack cocaine. As a result to curtail this, the Atlanta Public Safety Commissioner George Napper created the Red Dog Unit in April of 1988. This is just before the Democratic National Convention, and I'll get to that in just a second. But what's particular about this is that the Red Dogs were a group of 25 to 30 of the fittest and most able-bodied police officers. In the first few months, they have 721 felony arrest case. They were headed by Lieutenant H.B. Goldhagen of the Special Operations Unit or Section for the Atlanta Police Department. One of the things that becomes very clear here is that because crime had become issues, City Hall decided that because crime was bigger, police needed bigger guns. As a result of this, now, there is this kind of misnomer that on the streets that the Red Dogs stood for run every drug dealer out of Georgia. Now, that's cool on the streets, but the real reason it received the name Red Dogs was because the whole idea was based on a linebacker blitz package for the Georgia Bulldogs. There's a blitz package called the Red Dog Blitz. And if you know anything about football, a blitz is done where all responsibility is shunned, and the idea is to discombobulate and knock down your opponent to the point where they'll make mistakes. This is how the Red Dogs went. They would go in, they would knock people out, they would break jaws, and we'll get into their excessive force a little bit later. But what's unbeknownst about this is that there are two movements going on that are afoot. The first in the city of Atlanta was that Atlanta was seeking to win the Democratic National, but you began Democratic Party was here. Now, west a block north of State 1 road.
Titan unit.
Specialty squads.
Absolutely. That new unit is called the Titan unit.
I do.
L. Malik Robeson, L-E-L-M-A-L-I-K R-O-B-E-S-O-N-E-L.
And Detective Robeson, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Over 16 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I worked the fraud unit.
And how long have you been assigned to the fraud unit?
A little over 2 years.
Prior to being assigned to the fraud unit, tell the jury a little bit about your matriculation through the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, I did a couple years on patrol in Zone 3. From there, I was promoted to detective, where I investigated all the crimes in the Zone 3 area. I also was a detective in Zone 4 and Zone 5, where I did all investigations within the zone. I worked the ag assault unit, where I was responsible for investigating shootings. And from there, I worked the fraud unit.
And what years were you assigned as an officer? First as an officer in Zone 3, and then when did you transition to a detective in Zone 3?
Okay. After graduating the academy, I went straight to Zone 3 in 2008. I was a detective. I made detective 3 years after patrol to Zone 3. So I did 3 years patrol and 3 years as an investigator in Zone 3.
Okay. And how long were you a detective in Zone 3?
3 years.
So from 2011 to about 2014?
Yes.
Right. And are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
And were you post-certified on September 11, 2013?
Yes, I was.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to September 11, 2013, where you assigned as a Zone 3 detective on that day.
Yes, I was.
And after leaving the gas station, did you then go to this 2600 apartment complex?
No, I went back to the precinct.
Okay.
I went back to the precinct, and that's when we had a call come out. That's when the call came out, the aggravated assault. So at that time in Zone 3, as an investigator, we all went out in a group. We didn't go individual. We all went out to a group, as a group, to assist each other. As a group, to assist each other. As a group, to assist each other on the scene if we was needed. And also, it was to give junior investigators like myself to ride along with senior investigators such as Investigator Higgins and Investigator Porter.
All right. So you went back to the precinct, and then you, Investigator Porter, and Investigator Booker Higgins then go to the 2600 location to respond to the... Okay. When you left the precinct, where did you go?
When we left the precinct, we went to 2600 Hateville Road.
And why did you go there?
To respond to an aggravated assault, to follow up with the victim.
And what happened once you got to that location, 2600 Hateville Road?
The victim gave a description of a male that was involved in that incident. And when she gave the description, he fit the description of the gentleman that I just spoke with prior to this incident.
Okay.
In the same area.
And what happened once you made that realization that the person that the victim was describing matched the person you saw earlier that day?
I was familiar with him, and I knew that all of the guys that he hangs out at this apartment complex at Old Hateville Road, which is 2745 Old Hateville Road. They hung out in those apartments. See the perpetrator.
And when you said let's ride through, who are you speaking with?
Investigator Booker Higgins and Investigator Porter.
And were you all the same three people that had initially left the precinct together to respond to 2600 Hateville?
Yeah, Lord, that's Robeson L.
Yes.
All right. Once you go, do you go over to Summerdale Apartments?
Yes, we drove over to Summerdale Apartments, We pulled up to the front gate. The front gate was closed. It's usually open. On this particular day, the gate was closed. So we pulled into the visitors side parking to go, and a vehicle pulled up.
He can't even get his lies straight. It's been 10 years and he still ain't got his lies straight. What up, Billy Gates? Nah, the verdict ain't in yet. We got it open on the back screen, but we just waiting for him to come back. It ain't in yet. Sound like they in a tough deliberation right now, which is kind of a good sign because then they ain't just come out and say guilty, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Beside us on the resident side, it was a blue four-door. It was a blue four-door sedan, and it was occupied by two young black males, appeared to be very young. So I thought the vehicle was stolen, so I kind of kept an eye on them. So once they went in, the gate opened, they went in through the resident side. We followed them in. I continued to watch them. Booker Higgins and Porter was just having a conversation between the two, but I just continued to watch the vehicle because it was kind of suspicious.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on for 1 second. Is that also inside of the complex?
Yes.
And looking at 6C. Is that also inside the complex?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Now, were you all in uniform when you were?
I was the only one in uniform at that time.
Was it uncommon for Investigator Porter, Investigator Booker Higgins not to be in uniform?
No.
Why is that?
Because this is actually a plain clothes capacity. Sometimes we may wear uniforms if we might have some extra work to do, or they miss, like if we had side work to do afterwards, or it's just we could wear it as another option.
So in your investigator capacity, it was a plain clothes capacity?
Yes.
As another option.
All right. And you said if you might have side jobs, do you mean like extra jobs?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you get into the apartment complex, tell the jury what happens.
Once we went inside the apartment complex, I continued to watch the vehicle. The vehicle pulled into a parking space. Two black males got out of the vehicle, and I continued to watch them as we drove by. Investigator Porter eventually drove past them and just continued to drive to the back of the complex.
Let me ask you this. Were the individuals that got out the car the initial suspect that you were looking for?
No.
Okay, continue on.
Okay, so we continued to travel to the back of the complex. Before we could get all the way to the back of the complex to go around, we heard gunshots. We heard a series of gunshots. I said, those are gunshots. They thought they were fireworks, but I said, no, those are gunshots because it sounded like a series of shots. I said, Porter, turn around. So when she turned back around.
Right, hey, I caught that too, Chapo. At the beginning, he said, I seen two young males in the car. It looked suspicious, so I thought it was stolen. Why? Because it was two black males in the car? You automatically think it's stolen?
We started heading back. I saw a gentleman with a red shirt running behind another male shooting.
That's a fact, One Nation. Appreciate you. It brought a lot of people together. Much love, much love. My ties.
So I said, Porter, go, go, go. So eventually, I thought Porter missed him. She didn't see him. I thought she didn't see him because she was ready to drive by him. So I just said, stop right here. And I jumped out of the car and I had my weapon. I told her to pull out on the radio, which is just let radio know where we are and what's going on. I didn't have really much time to communicate because I was reacting to the incident. So I got out with my gun out, and I had my gun out on the gentleman that had on the red, and he just started running towards me. I was standing right next to the car. I didn't know that he was running towards this car, so he got into a maroon car. He jumped into the rear back seat of a maroon car. So I got close up on the car so I could see inside the car. I wanted to, so I told everybody, let me see your hands. Put your hands where I could see them. I looked at the driver in the car because I stood on the angle so where I could see into the car, see everybody. And the driver looked me in my face, revved the engine, put the car in drive. And as he pulled off, I jumped out the way and I shot a shot. And he hit my, he hit investigators Porter's. He hit the car with the two investigators in it because they never got out of the vehicle. So he hit them, and I fired.
Oh, my bad. I pushed the opposite of the mute, huh? I don't remember what I said last. Oh, I said, what up, no one? Shout out to no one. Matter of fact, I was sending a shout out to you. Appreciate you, family. I had pushed the opposite. I unmuted myself. Much love, family. Appreciate you.
Fired another shot after that. At this time he's being reckless. The whole incident, they was being reckless. My life was in jeopardy. My partner's lives was in jeopardy, and so was everybody else's lives around us. So the vehicle just sped off at a high rate of speed out of the apartment complex. He smashed the front gate, and once he smashed the front gate, he went up in the yard, right directly across the street from the apartment complex. And from that point on, he went out of my sight of view. I think he went off the side. He went off the side of an embankment. Investigator Porter and AC went off behind him.
So that's Robeson L. and his partner. They walked up to this car at the annex talking about they smell weed. I did not know that the annex was like a something to do with jail, prison, or something. It's a place with a bunch of police. Ain't no way he was sitting out there smoking no weed. They lying like a mud.
Followed behind him. I was standing there, and I called for assistance, and that was the end of the incident from my perspective.
See, and they end up, oh boy, his partner hopped in the car with him.
As a group to assist each other. As a group to assist each other. As a group to assist each other.
His partner jumped in the car with him and ended up shooting that boy and killing him.
First, looking at 25C, first, is that the apartment complex?
Yes.
No.
No.
Is it yes or no? Sorry.
I can't tell.
See how quick he just quick to lie?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
It is Robeson L., is that correct?
Yes.
And tell me your rank.
Detective.
Detective. All right, thank you. Just got a couple questions for you, if you don't mind. Let me start where you ended. You were asked about whether or not there was an investigation. And there was, in fact, an investigation on this date, right?
Yes.
Now, this was back in 2013, a little bit over 10 years ago. True?
Yes.
All right. And the investigation that you were talking about was the investigation into you discharging your firearm, correct?
Yes.
All right. But in fact, there was a larger investigation in regards to the incident that took place out there on that day. True?
Yes.
All right. Did you have anything to do with that investigation?
No.
You did have to give a statement, though, didn't you?
Yes.
You had an attorney. Is it Rachel Samuda? Is that the attorney's name?
I don't remember. I think that's her name. Yes,
I mean, it's 10 years ago, so it was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, Billy Gates. We had an open panel last night with Survivor Speak showed up. One Nation showed up. Chan My Black is Golden showed up. We talked a little bit about some of the changes he made, like going to speak in front of at a college, or not a college. It was like a lawyer school or something like that. But yeah, he made a couple changes. He's been trying to do better. It seems like it.
But you remember that you were called upon to give a statement about what happened on that day.
Yes.
Now, this is September the 11th of 2013, and here you are at the Summerdale apartment complex, correct?
Yes.
It's you, it's Porter, who's driving, right?
Yes.
You're in the front passenger seat of this grayish, bluish Taurus that you guys were in, right?
Yes.
And then you've got Booker Higgins, Officer Booker Higgins, who's in the rear seat.
Yes.
Behind you or behind Porter?
Behind me.
Okay. All right. You all come to the apartment complex, and if I heard you correctly, you're looking for someone, and so you're kind of on alert.
Yes.
All right. I take from what you said, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that Booker Higgins and Porter were talking, but you were alert, looking for the people or the person that you were looking for, right?
Yes.
All right. At some point, you hear gunshots.
Yes.
All right. Now I want to.
Hey, I would like to see that. How do I find that? World's End, you got that available for public, or is it just like a personal local type thing?
Focus in right there because you hear the gunshots. And are you in the car when you first hear the gunshots?
Yes.
All right. But you got out of that car, striking. You saw someone running behind somebody else.
Yes.
The person who was running behind the person had on a red shirt.
Yes.
That person was firing a gun.
Yes.
Now, you didn't see the gun being fired, but you heard the gunshots.
Yes.
You could see that that person had a gun in their hand.
When I got close enough.
Okay. Am I correct that you hear the shots?
Yeah, he been making money too, doing a lot of interviews.
And then you get out of the car, and that's when you see the person running behind the other person?
No, I got out the car. I got out the car once I saw him running with the gun in his hand. Once I got close enough to see it.
Okay. And just so we're clear, what you're looking at that point is you're looking at two people, right?
Yes.
You're seeing someone in front who's running, right?
Yes.
And another person in a red shirt behind, running after or running behind that person, shooting.
Yes.
Okay. You don't see anybody else, engaged in that, I'll say, pursuit. You see a runner and someone chasing, right?
Yes.
Those two individuals, that's it?
Yes.
Okay. Two individuals, that's it?
Yes.
Okay. You yell something to the effect of, drop it, or let me see your hands, something like that.
Police dropped the gun, yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, the person is still running, right?
Yes.
All right. You are how far behind? Well, are you behind the person? They're not running towards you, are they?
They turned around and ran towards me because I was standing next to the car. I didn't know that this is the car that they were running to because I didn't pay attention to the car. I was looking at the threat.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So let me make sure I'm picturing this correctly. If I'm you, right? This is you, and the two people we're talking about are a ways in front of you.
Yes.
You're standing next to a car.
Yes.
And the color of that car is?
It was maroon, like a low red color.
All right.
Yes.
You don't notice any activity in that car. The only thing you're noticing, you're keyed in on the person shooting and the person who's running from the person shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, police, show me your hands, drop the gun, something like that, you yell out. At that point is when they turn towards you.
Yes.
Right. I heard you say that the person in red, who was shooting, got into that car, that maroon car that you were talking about.
Yes.
Right. Where did the other person go to? The person who was being chased, where did that person go to?
I don't know. That's a good question. He just disappeared. I don't know if he ducked off between some cars or something or around. I don't know where he went. He disappeared.
Just gone.
Yes.
All right. But red shirt guy gets in the maroon car, and at that point you are where in relationship to the car?
Right beside the car.
All right. And is the car, what is it, pulled into a parking space? Is it backed into a parking space?
It was back then.
All right. It's back in, and where are you? Were you in front of the car?
No, it's on the side of it.
What side?
On the passenger side.
Okay. So, car, right?
Yes.
Driver side, passenger side. You're on this side. You're on the passenger side of the car in the front of you.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that the person, red shirt guy, gets in where? Where does he get into the car?
He got into the driver's side rear back seat.
Okay. Driver's side rear back seat.
BD said, "Look how he postured up."
And then you said, your words just a little while ago, is that you locked eyes with the driver of the car.
Yes.
Now, that's what you said a little while ago.
He said the driver's side, rear, pass.
That would be the right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side, front.
Okay, all right. But you'd given a statement about this back in 2013, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to come back to that a little bit, but in terms of what happened then, the car, then starts coming towards you?
I got on an angle.
Okay.
I was on the passenger side. Okay. I come to the angle, that way I can see all parties in the car. I wanted to see their hands, and I was saying, let me see your hands, right? So I could see everybody. But I was keying in on the driver because I wanted to make sure the driver saw me, because I wanted him to stop the car. I didn't want him to move. I wanted everybody in the car.
Okay.
That was my intent, to get everybody out the car that was in the car.
Okay. So there were 3 people, right?
I only saw 3 people. That I can honestly say that. I'm not saying it wasn't more people. I only saw 3.
You saw 3 people?
Yes.
Okay. And you're right up on the car?
Yes.
Okay.
We heard 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, women, men, lace front wigs.
And so you fired how many shots first?
At that time, I don't know. At that time, I didn't know. They said I fired 1 shot, but you know, you don't know when, and it's like being in a fight, right? If you're in a fight, somebody asks you how many times you hit a person, you probably won't remember.
Okay.
That is not the same as being a police officer shooting at suspects or victims or whatever they was. That is not the same as being in no fight.
Fair enough. You fired at the car initially?
Yes.
And then the car went past you, hit the Taurus that you all were in, that
yes.
Porter was driving, and you fired at the car, 2 more times? Or you fired at the car again?
Yes.
Okay. You see the car head towards, and we saw the photograph earlier, the I guess front entrance exit of the subdivision, and Porter and Booker Higgins are in the vehicle and they take off after that car.
Yes.
Okay. You don't see where the car goes.
No.
Did you see where the car ended up?
Yes. No, I saw it when it closed, when it went up on from where I was standing. You could see it went up in the front yard across the street from the apartment complex. But after that, I mean, I was familiar with that area, so I knew where it went. Eventually, when it went off the side, it went into the laundromat.
Okay. Did you ever go down there?
Yes, that's where I told you. That's where the Winnebago was.
Okay.
Yes, I went.
So you could see the car. You could see the car bounce over the embankment, go over the thing, run into the wall. You could see the people hop out the car, but you didn't go over there. You just stayed there after you was shooting at them. What you was doing there? Picking up your shell casings?
Went up. I walked up to the front of the complex because I was looking for Booker Higgins and AC because I didn't. That was my ride.
Okay.
And they were my partners.
Did you at some point after all of this takes place, and why I'm saying all of this, the shooting, the car driving off and going through the gate, did you at some point have a conversation with Booker Higgins and Porter after that? And I'm not asking you to say what they said, but did you have a conversation with them?
Not really. They separated us.
Okay. Who was that? Because it's considered a quote-unquote officer-involved shooting?
Yes.
All right. So you got 2 investigations going on at the time, right? You
yes.
got investigation involving your shooting and the investigation involving the entire incident that took place.
Yes.
Okay. You were called upon. Were you ever called upon to give a description of the person you saw shooting, red shirt person?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to do that, right?
Yes.
Right. You remember at some point when you were talking to, I guess, your superiors or internal affairs or somebody, them asking you if you got a good look at the other occupants inside of the vehicle? You remember that question?
Yes.
You remember telling them that I don't remember what they look like?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you know the difference between a male and a female, true?
Yes.
You know the difference between someone who is light-skinned and an African-American person who's light-skinned and someone who's dark-skinned, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's a difference. I don't want to categorize anybody. But there's a difference, for example, in skin tone between yourself and myself. True?
Yes.
Okay. You know what a lace front wig is?
Yes.
All right. You know what it means when someone has blonde hair?
Yes.
Do you know what it means to say that someone has a ponytail, their hair tied back?
Yes.
Do you know what it means when someone might describe someone as being heavy-chested?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say that you, Booker, Higgins, and Porter were separated when given statements about the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Were you charged with doing any sort of canvassing in the area looking for anyone?
No.
Okay. Did you have occasion to speak to anyone in the laundromat where the vehicle ended up?
Yes, I wound up talking to Officer Black.
Okay. Officer Black, but what about laypersons?
Hold on, that's true. Think about that. He said it's like a fight. Well, if you knock them, it's like, yeah, if you knock them out, you know you hit them with one punch. That's just like if you fire one bullet compared to 4 or 5 bullets. Did you hit them one time or 4 or 5 times?
Citizens, regular non-police folks?
No.
All right. Did you at any point tell any of the investigators or any other officers on the scene that they need to, that the driver of the vehicle was a female?
No.
Did you at any point end up telling any of the officers or investigators on the scene that the driver of the vehicle would have had blonde hair and a lace front wig? Did you tell anybody that?
No.
Okay.
And matter of fact, don't you know how many bullets you had in your gun? Did you not? You could check your clip and see how many you shot. Did y'all not check the clip? How many was left in your clip?
It sounds like, and detective, tell me if I'm right about this, that after the incident occurred, after the shooting, the other police arrived at the location, and you're kind of taken out of the scene at that point. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. They took your weapon, didn't they?
Yes.
Did they find the shell casings that came from your weapon that was fired?
I don't know anything about the incident.
Okay. So in terms of what was found at the scene, evidence, shell casings or not shell casings, anything like that, you weren't involved in that and you weren't advised of the findings, the physical findings at the scene?
They didn't tell me anything.
Okay. Did you have...
That ran off the road, which car are you talking about? Not this incident. If you're talking about this one, he wasn't part of this incident. Only one that was there was DK and Bean and Fred Prethrow.
Any dealings with the vehicle, that maroon vehicle that we're talking about, after it left the location and ended up over by the laundromat?
No.
Officer...
What up, Joni 4? I see you. Appreciate you, family.
Porter, the driver of y'all's Taurus, at the time that... And Officer Porter's a female, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long has she been on the force with APD at the time that this incident occurred?
I'm not sure. She was a veteran. She was a veteran to me at that time. I don't know. Probably over 10 years.
Okay. So she's been on the force longer than you?
Yes.
Okay. What about Booker Higgins?
Yes.
Also a veteran?
Yes.
Okay. On the force longer than you at the time this incident occurred?
Yes.
Is that because you were locked into the driver?
Yes.
For purposes of just clarity, when Ms. Hilton walked up on you, how far were you from the vehicle when she stopped?
I was up on a bumper.
So how close?
I say probably like I was directly up on it. I say
less than 3 feet, less than 5 feet.
Less than 5 feet.
Okay. All right.
And when you were up here, how far was the car that Booker Higgins and them were in? Where was the car?
The car was behind me. I don't know where they were positioned behind me because I got out. Like when I got out the vehicle she was still kind of rolling a little bit. So I jumped out because she, like I told you, she was going to ride past. So she was still driving slow, but I jumped out while the car was still riding because once I saw the weapon, you know, I wanted to be able to react if I had to shoot him.
And when you said the car was rolling by, if this is where the car is the front of the car past the front of the red car? Is the front of the blue Taurus past the front of the red car?
Yes, it was past, yes. Yes.
No further questions.
All right.
Any further examination, Mr. Adams?
If I heard you correctly, you said that you were about, and I'm going to estimate I'm standing about maybe 8, 9, 10 feet from you, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the distance from you to the driver of the vehicle, right?
Probably a little, yes, probably, yes.
Okay, all right. Now, after the vehicle passes by you, it strikes the car that Porter and Booker Higgins are inside of, right?
Yes.
All right. Both of them veteran officers, right?
Yes.
Presumably both of them able to observe and see. Nothing wrong with their eyes at that point, right?
Objection, speculation.
I stand the question.
Do you know if there's anything wrong with either one of their eyes at that time, on that day?
Objection, speculation.
I stand the objection.
All right. The vehicle leaves, and Porter and Booker Higgins, who are inside that Taurus, go after that vehicle, right?
Yes.
At some point, they chase after the car, right?
Yes.
At some point, they end up where the car is at the laundromat, right?
I don't know where they went.
Okay. Do you know that the red vehicle ended up at a laundromat?
Yes.
All right. Do you know that Porter and Booker Higgins ended up down there at that same laundromat?
They wasn't at the laundromat.
They were never at the laundromat?
I didn't see them there.
Okay. Do you know if they ever went down there?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know whether or not they had any contact with the people in that red car?
I don't know.
Okay. Who would know about that? Who would know what they saw? Booker Higgins and Porter, right?
Correct.
I stand the objection.
Okay. At any point when this investigation was going on back in 2013, 10 plus years ago, did you, were you ever asked about whether or not the person who was driving that vehicle was a male or female?
No. No one asked me. I don't know.
Okay. And you never opined, you never said to anyone back then it was a male driving that vehicle, did you?
I just told what I saw. I just told whatever's in that statement. I didn't see no woman.
Yeah, but you didn't see no one.
I didn't see a woman.
Okay, well I'm asking you.
No.
Were you asked specifically back then whether or not it was a male or female driving that car?
No, I wasn't asked was it a male or female. I just gave a statement on what I saw.
Right, and what you said at that point was you didn't get a good look at the people in the car. That's what you said back then, right?
I just told him I saw a male driving, and the male got in the passenger side with the red shirt. I meant the rear back seat with the red shirt on. But I couldn't tell you that those are the only two people that I recall seeing.
Back
the two men.
2013,
yes.
You told somebody, one of the investigators, that it was a male driving that car?
Yes.
Okay. Who the investigator you told us?
Investigator Quinn.
Quinn?
Yes.
Killed in an officer-involved shooting, says new surveillance video contradicts the officer's original story. The highlighted part of your screen shows the moments leading up to the gunfire. This was in the parking lot of the Atlanta Police Annex. Channel 2's Matt Johnson is live at the Annex today, and Matt, the district attorney's office acknowledged there might be some inconsistencies there.
The camera right there captured the deadly...
At the police annex, and they try to say he was outside smoking weed or smelling like weed. Yeah, right.
Officer-involved shooting that happened right here in this parking lot. Today, that video is raising new questions about how threatened the officer actually felt before firing that shot. The mother of 24-year-old DeAndre Phillips says newly released video in the case of her son's death was painful but necessary to watch.
When I first saw the video, I already automatically knew he was innocent.
The video was from a January 26 officer-involved shooting at the Atlanta Police Annex in Northwest Atlanta. Watch as two plainclothes Atlanta police officers approached Phillips's car because they said they smelled marijuana smoke. A minute and a half later, there's a confrontation between Phillips and 11-year veteran Yasin Abdulahad outside that appears to continue inside the car.
For some unexplainable reason, Officer Abdulahad then jumps fully in the vehicle against all policy and procedure.
The family's attorney believes the officer is fully inside of the vehicle when he opened fire and not partially hanging out of it like he originally stated. Attorney L. Chris Stewart says the other officer's actions are important as well.
But if it was such a threatening situation of his partner being dragged, his weapon would have been drawn.
Investigators later found a weapon in the car and marijuana on Phillips, but the GBI confirms to me the marijuana was not lit.
The entire reason for Officer Abdulahad going over to the car was a lie.
The Fulton County DA's office will be the ones to decide if they'll file charges.
When this happens, that officer needs to be held accountable.
Now, Atlanta Police sent me a statement that reads, quote, "The department is appreciative of the GBI's efforts and willingness to conduct an impartial investigation into our officer-involved shooting. APD places enormous value on transparency and objectivity and will accept the findings of the GBI's investigation."
There's steps that could have been taken that would not have gotten us to this point where there was so much angst and frustration.
Concerning the controversial police shooting of DeAndre Phillips, Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields communicated to us that communication needs to be much better.
We can improve on our performance here.
Communication with the community.
We're not looking to hide anything.
But especially communication with Phillips' family. She says APD brass should have spoken to the family sooner.
The communication to the family was not what it should have been.
And she says moving forward, the police department needs to do better communicating with all families who have lost a member in an APD shooting.
The way it went down in this incident will not occur again.
She says it's a tricky situation. The GBI provides an outside investigation of APD shootings.
It's critical.
And the district attorney, Paul Howard for Fulton County, or Sherry Boston if the shooting happens in Atlanta DeKalb, will make key prosecution decisions.
But what we did not anticipate was that we, APD, would still be on the receiving end of all the questions.
The chief says she's already talking to Howard about a better way to communicate with the public and families, and she'll reach out to Ms. Boston.
Through this lack of communication, it allowed for people to just imagine the worst and take the story off in directions that we never anticipated.
And she's glad DeAndre Phillips' family has seen video from the APD annex of the shooting, though she says it's not the best quality and she's waiting to find out how much it can be enhanced. But she's committed to letting the chips fall on the side of justice, whatever that is.
They voiced their frustrations on the streets around the Atlanta Public Safety Annex where that shooting happened. Channel 2's Matt Johnson is live in Northwest Atlanta, and Matt, the shooting victim's family told you they still have a lot of questions.
The GBI is handling the investigation at the request of Atlanta police, and they say that releasing those surveillance videos that may have captured the shooting in this parking lot could compromise parts of the investigation. But that explanation isn't enough for those who marched today.
I will not rest until we find out what happened to our grandson.
Deborah Hall is one of the nearly 100 people who came to Northwest Atlanta Saturday calling for justice.
No justice, no peace.
DeAndre Phillips was her grandson, and she says her family has been in pain since the 24-year-old died in an officer-involved shooting in January.
It hurts a lot. It hurts more than anybody will ever know to lose a child.
Protesters started at English Park in the afternoon and marched toward the Atlanta Public Safety Annex on Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, where Phillips died on January 26th after an encounter with police that began when two plainclothes detectives smelled marijuana coming from his car. Police say Phillips tried to drive away with the detective partially in the passenger side, so the detective opened fire. His family says surveillance video at the annex could show the full story.
For whatever reason, they're refusing to give us the tape to let us actually see what happened.
People in the crowd held signs as they also called for Atlanta police to reveal the name of the detective who shot Phillips.
Everybody wants answers to the killing of Mr. Phillips, and we expect that.
Next, Phillips supporters say they'll be taking their demonstration to City Hall on Tuesday.
I just don't feel like justice is being served.
Your reason for Officer Abdulahad going over to the car was a lie.
The Fulton County DA's office will be the ones to decide if they'll file charges.
When this happens, that officer needs to be held accountable.
Police sentiment and deep budget cuts driving officers from their jobs across the country. We've been reporting on this all week. But our next guest left the Atlanta Police Department after 16 years to return to his hometown of St. Louis as a director of school safety. Now he spends his day.
What up, Janet Threat? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
He's helping resource officers build relationships with the next generation. Here with more on his mission is Tyrone Dennis. Tyrone, first off, your thought about leaving Atlanta. Was it a tough decision?
Good morning, everybody. It was a very tough decision. I basically went from a young man to an adult to raising my family, and I was with the department for 16 years, and Atlanta Police was good to me. I had a great time while I was there. I was able to learn a lot and pick up a lot of skills. I was basically allowed to do whatever I wanted to within law enforcement, mentoring, and different things like that. I also was a gang detective, so I was allowed to pretty much build my career. So it was bittersweet when I had to make a decision on whether to leave.
Apex Dennis, a.k.a. Red Dog, Titan, Scorpions.
Leave or not.
Your family, after the George Floyd death, said they got really worried about you more than ever, and they got especially your daughter said, "Listen, are you sure you want to do this? Do you have to be a cop anymore?" But
okay, look, and this is a tip for those who ever be in front of a camera who don't know much about cameras. Never place or hold your camera below your face. You always raise it up either level with your face or higher. Never go low, because then it makes your face look bloated like Dennis looking right now. That's camera angles.
But you weren't one of the 400 that left Atlanta to stop being a cop. So you're about 400 officers down now from where you were prior to this. But you went to St. Louis, who needs police officers even more. Did you have any doubt about continuing law enforcement?
Not really. It was one of those things where an opportunity was presented to me that I had to take advantage of, and it was an opportunity for me to move back home and be closer to my family. I had been away from my family since I left to go to college. And for my children to be able to see my mom, for me to see my brothers, my sisters, and just my friends that I've been away from. They've seen me doing all this different stuff in Atlanta, and I was basically 8-9 hours away. So it was an opportunity to come back home and the opportunity to work in my old school district.
Judge in DeKalb County this afternoon, but he was already arrested and in jail for a carjacking in the parking lot of this Long John Silver's on Moreland Avenue, July 12th. Investigators say the victim wasn't punched, but she wasn't about to give up her ride.
Jumped in her vehicle, and the victim tried to stop him and jumped in on top of her hood of her car, and she was basically threatened to get off of the vehicle.
She did and was not hurt. But this video outside Phipps Plaza shows what police say is Spigner beating Michelle Wing, then stealing her car.
Hit me about 4 or 5 times. He hit me in the nose, he hit me in the mouth. And then I was just like...
Police say she picked Spigner from a photo lineup, but they're still looking for more suspects.
Between 2 and 3 suspects.
We've been working it nonstop, and it's been a collaborative effort, and we're trying to do our best to bring it home.
Look at Gay there. She got a backpack on. Like taking a nigga to jail. She got a backpack on.
To bring it home.
I'm proud.
Another night.
Rights area overcome congregation.
I mean, there are things that are out of Georgia. Crack trade had complained to us. He said it was an old football term that was run every drug dealer out of Georgia. Crack trade had come to Atlanta. I mean, there are things that are going on that are inconsistent with who we are as a city, and someone needs to push back forcefully on our behalf, and I think that that person is the mayor. And I think that you can do it and maintain your core, and you can do it in a post-525 George Floyd way. I mean, I'm the same guy that insisted that police officers have body cams. I'm the same guy who decriminalized marijuana possession. I'm the same guy that says if a police officer is involved in a shooting, then there's going to be a third party that investigates it. And I'm the same guy that disbanded Red Dog. But I also...
hold on, Steve. I'm jumping on for that. Just a clap for that. I don't been a victim of Red Dog before.
Yeah, they were too intense with it. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, and things were exploding.
The reputation for the Red Dog Unit, it's going to transcend to everybody.
Everything you're describing and what's been in the news from All-Star Weekend, absolutely. But the people who are at the detention center, they haven't committed those crimes. They have committed traffic violations, minor offenses that don't, that don't put people's lives in danger, that don't, that aren't intending to do harm to others.
But again, perception is reality, right? If I know that it's okay for me to ride around with weed in my car, so you couldn't do that when I was young, right? You're going to jail, and there were consequences for that. If it was okay for me to burn up $300 or $400 worth of tires every night, street racing and causing dangerous situations, I mean, look at it. So you can go out and go street racing with the exception of losing control of your vehicle and killing somebody, right? Which is bound to happen. Injuries have already happened. Let's go ride them down Fisher Street. They can't do anything to us except put us in jail. We'll sign our own bond and we'll leave. The perception is reality. So these crimes have far-reaching impacts that some of our young people don't even think about.
Do you think the young people who are doing the things you're talking about, do you think they understand that if they go to jail, if they have an arrest record, the kinds of ways that affects their ability to get jobs down the road and those sorts of things?
So there are two sides to that answer. The first is probably don't think about it because they're
Dublin say the bloodier the better.
young and 10 feet tall and bulletproof, right? I used to be the same way. And except for having good mentors, except for turning right when I should have turned left, this too could have been me, right? I make no bones about that piece. But the other component is because jail has been so glorified, be it rap videos, be it social media, whatever that looks like, the consequences until you're in here, until you're locked up at 901 Rice Street, all in more or less terms, they're glorified and supposedly will give you some street cred, right? And this is what I tell young members of our community. 901 Rice Street is not where you want to teach somebody a lesson, right? You don't want to get your lesson inside the county jail. And so what our job twofold becomes, how do we keep people from making the wrong decisions? The larger question and the larger picture that people lose sight of is when you lock somebody up, there should be consequences, right? If you're found guilty, there are consequences for breaking the law. But personally, I know a lot of the judges at the city level, because that's when people start complaining. And that piece that people need to understand is that judges in city court have equally as many programs and opportunities for a person to expunge their own record, right? Both after and before conviction. And so we have to really take a larger view, use a different lens and say, okay, are we going to allow people to break the law with no consequences? Or are we going to deal with the consequences and allow for programs to help give people a second chance or a third chance or a fourth chance, depending on what it is. But at some point, you learn the hard way.
Especially if they know what the story is.
Along with big city notoriety and big city problems came big city crime.
That we're separate from what's going on in the next parking lot. So one of the cops, black cop, picks my roommate up by his neck. I mean, his feet are dangling off the ground. And my roommate then grabs his hands like this, right? He's being choked. And so he wasn't trying to fight the cop or anything like that. But his natural reaction was to grab his hand. So that cop in turn threw my roommate onto the corner of a hood of a car that was driving out of the drive-thru. And so he got himself together. We walked back to the car. Now, my car was old. You got to remember, this is 1989, and my car was old. I drove a 1982 Datsun/Nissan Sentra. So there are no power locks is the reason why I'm detailing the car. I take my key, I open the driver's side door. I then manually unlock the driver's side back seat door. I sit down in the driver's seat, lean over, unlock the back passenger seat, and then I unlock the passenger door. Everybody files in except my roommate who's sitting shotgun. He opens the passenger door and we all hear a voice and turn to look. When we all turn to look, the other cop punched my roommate squarely in the face. I'll never forget the silence on that ride back to the dorm. All that you could hear in that car was sniffling. Everyone was so angry and hurt. We were broken that night as a unit. 4 different men, young men from different places. And so I only bring that up to let it be known The media is enjoying dragging these 5 black cops out. And I'm saying anybody who does police brutality, independent of your color, you need to go and face the full of it. But to the media, American media is acting like black people are the face of police brutality, and that's not the case. But it's also not new. It's also not new. I bet you thousands and thousands and thousands of young men who are my age, who grew up, who were young teenagers in the 80s during the crack epidemic and all that kind of stuff, we all end up...
Shout out to Noah. Also got some fire music while we waiting on this verdict. If y'all want to tap into some of his music, Noah, go ahead and drop your link in the chat. Appreciate you, family.
Laying on the pavement, being mistreated by police, some of whom were black. So it's not the race of a police officer. Please believe that. It is the police that needs to be dealt with, that needs to be changed. That's got to change, man. But it's not going to change if y'all going to pretend that black cops are the worst cops out there.
A Sunday morning drive downtown. They're not out to get donuts. Soon handcuffs are grinding.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Police say they found white powder in one man's pocket.
Appreciate you, Steph JK. Much love, much love. Appreciate you. And Loa, my ties. Appreciate y'all, family.
Sloan.
Does that mean fake cocaine?
Fake cocaine.
You came by to see whether they didn't sell you real cocaine?
I came back to see about my $10 that picture.
You paid $10 for this?
Yeah, it wasn't real.
Did you think it was cocaine when you bought it?
Yes.
From nearby, another guy.
So, usually marijuana, probably. That's all. Marijuana shit.
And across the street at a rambling rooming house, needles. Needles and needles.
This house is a shooting gallery. This is where they do a lot of their drugs.
And they use that to heat up the cocaine and smoke it.
In one room, a mirror, spoons, razor blades, the apparent makings for crude tourniquets, what you need for snorting or shooting drugs. In the next room, more paraphernalia.
See, somebody cut themselves, see the blood. That's
This what they raiding for? This what they doing raids for? This why they had to start making them snitch on other people, because you run all the way in and this all you get. That's not even a... hold on. That's a fucking screwdriver tip. That's a drill bit. That ain't even a pipe. It looked like a pipe. That's not a pipe. That's a drill bit. He talk about needles.
To this group of police, it's just one stop in 3 this night. One night of raids among many in the last several weeks. You are rolling with the Red Dog Squad. Public Safety Commissioner George Napper, who often rides on the late-night raids, says they're called Red Dog after the blitzing football defense of the same name. Whereas some narcotics investigation may be drawn out and finessed, Red Dog, we're told, is supposed to hit hard and fast and make their presence felt at what police say are known drug hotspots. Scouts check to see where it looks like dealers are hanging out and often crudely map the layout for the rest of the squad.
Put your hands on your head, lights off!
Last night, many of those who found themselves face down for a search were clean and released. But police say so far,
67% say that they will have a verdict today. So for those who ain't heard me mention it before, juror number 2, if y'all ain't seen juror number 2, y'all gotta go check out juror number 2. It explain what's going on right now behind the doors with the doors closed. They show what's all going on in the juror room. And they reference King Slime too, like a tattoo with a snake and a crown. Check it out. It's good though. Appreciate y'all, family.
About 400 Red Dog arrests have been made.
There it is, right there. You see it?
Such tactics are not without risk. An official says there has been one shooting episode.
Nobody was hit. Don't know whether or not we're shooting at us or not, but they were shooting. But that's not a deterrent at all, because we went right back in the next night.
And we have specific assignments for different individuals to sort of watch out for our back, so to speak.
There's a new day in Atlanta.
Napper admits he is not optimistic about many of those arrested staying in jail for long. But he says at least some may remember the Red Dog Squad may be back. For the Inside Story, this is Mark Winnie, Channel 2 Action News.
It was the decision they prayed for.
No.
The 3 former Red Dog officers would not face criminal charges of aggravated assault. Stanley Jackson wasn't so sure.
I don't know. It's so political in the city. I really don't know. Everything is so political.
The 3 Red Dog members were accused of beating drug suspect Willie Tucker. That arrest took place behind this Boulevard convenience store in February. According to a police attorney, Tucker told the grand jury he was hit with a nightstick and a flashlight, and a sock was stuffed in his mouth.
We're innocent, and I'm glad that people listen to us. To tell you something, the people behind us, and Chief Bell backed out on us.
DA Lewis Slayton says the matter is closed. He figures the grand jury felt the officers had already been punished.
Because they were already fired, and because the grand jury might have been in sympathy with the officers to an extent.
All 3 former officers still want their jobs back.
As much as I think things weren't going so good, I still want to police. I love policing.
Getting their old jobs is a matter for a later time. John Alston, Channel 2 Action News.
Single announcement. In 1989, the city of Atlanta had 37 housing projects. We had 247 homicides and a crack cocaine epidemic that raged throughout our city, with open-air drug markets to accompany the violence on our streets. The Atlanta Police Department needed a strong, swift, and no-nonsense response to this runaway crime. Thus was born the Red Dog Unit. They cleaned up streets of the city and made them safer for everyone. Where are we 22 years later? No one is going to stand here and say that narcotics is dead in our city. So, our crime fighting.
Shout out to no one. The Jack to summon Jack is exclamation point here boy. Here boy. HEREBOY. My bad for that volume, family. I caught it, but yeah, here boy.
Tactics have changed as well. We too have gotten smarter with using technology and intelligence-driven analysis to decentralize and mobilize our people. But let's be clear. That doesn't mean that there's still an aggressive need for crime fighting.
The Red Dogs was one of the first police gangs where they used to go out and just raid people and do a bunch of dirty stuff, and they got disbanded, but when they got separated, then they made Titans, they made Scorpions, they made Apex Unit. So it's just basically a gang for the police where they go and track down gang members and high crimes. But they do a lot of dirty tactics, though. Appreciate the question, family. Shout out to Joni for it.
In our city. Regardless, the time comes for us to reassess our mission. And the time has come to dramatically change the mission of Red Dog. Red Dog, as we currently know it today, will no longer exist. There has been a lot written and said about the actions of individual officers in the Red Dog Unit of late. This is not a result of any one incident. This is something that has been discussed over time, and evolution has to take place. The Red Dog Unit has established many great deeds and accomplished many great deeds over the past 22 years. Unfortunately, those deeds rarely are reported in the news. They have apprehended murderers and taken thousands of other dangerous criminals off the streets. They've also taken thousands of guns off our streets and seized hundreds of millions of dollars in illegal narcotics, to name just a few accomplishments. We need to simply refocus our mission and rededicate the men and women that are now working in that area of crime fighting. Red Dog will continue to operate over the next 60 days, during the time we're beginning to stand up a new tactical crime fighting unit with a new mission. The new unit will be highly trained, competent, discretionary forces. They will be second only to our SWAT unit, trained in training and efficiency. The members of this unit will be carefully screened and selected. The officers will have clean background records with no patterns of any unnecessary force or discipline issues against them. Training will be paramount, with a particular focus on criminal procedure, constitutional protection, and courtroom safety. I've also emphasized integrity since becoming chief of police over the last year. I will continue to do that. That is not negotiable, and the City of Atlanta officers do participate with this unit, and such a scrutinized unit will be highly selected. The change has already begun.
Our information is the top dog.
And a lot of the detectives that are part of YSL trial, like Velasquez and a lot of them that was in this trial was Red Dog before it got disbanded.
Look at the Red Dog Drug Squad. Major Eldrin Bell is to move for the time being to the Field Operations Division. Taylor said basically Bell will be coordinating the rest of uniformed operations while Taylor tends to the Housing Project Task Force. Major W.W. Hawley, commander of the Special Operations Section, will be the day-to-day commander of the Housing Project Task Force, according to Taylor. We're told the task force will be made up of 100 officers from Special Operations, 52 newly appointed sergeants, 38 senior patrol officers, 18 from crime prevention, and 24 officers from the Red Dog Drug Squad. Taylor said while Red Dog has been aimed at the dealer, this new task force will be aimed primarily at users, many of whom come from the suburbs. We note this Housing Project Task Force is being set up for 60 days, at this point temporary. Bell told us tonight that at the end of the 60 days, he believes he will be back at Red Dog, where he says since about the 1st of March, his troops have tallied close to 3,000 arrests.
Well, I feel like he's an excellent major, and I hate to see him leave our particular unit, but I think it's only just be temporarily.
Gentlemen, listen up, gentlemen.
When you asked me to lay down, I laid down by a car, and you kicked me under the car. I did not.
A man who was shot more than 50 times by police says she's grateful for some justice tonight. The Fulton County District Attorney's Office is confirming it will seek criminal charges in his death. Investigator Rebecca Lindstrom has followed this case since the very beginning, joins us with more on what this announcement means for the family. Rebecca. Jamarian Robinson was killed as more than a dozen law enforcement officers surrounded his girlfriend's apartment in 2016. The officers were part of the U.S. Marshals Regional Task Force trying to arrest Robinson for starting a fire at his house and later pointing a gun at police. The 26-year-old had recently been diagnosed with schizophrenia and had no criminal history, which is why his mother believes police acted with unnecessary force. Police did break down the door to get...
Well, I did say I think it would be a hung jury because I don't think jurors really gonna let them go with most of this stuff. But I don't think nobody gonna be able to convict them because they so much BS in this case. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. I still got it open, family.
Get inside, but say it was Robinson who fired 3 times at them, triggering the barrage of gunfire. According to court records filed by the district attorney, the gun Robinson is accused of holding was damaged and inoperable, raising questions whether he fired the weapon at all.
Where the shots from the other vehicle came from, like did the person, which side?
Where do you find what? My bad, I might have missed it. One Nation, what you asking? Where you find what?
Out of the car did they lean out to shoot?
It had to be either on it couldn't be from the goddamn, it couldn't be from the passenger side or from the back passenger side. It had to be either, it couldn't be the driver neither, it had to be the person behind the driver.
Thank you. From your investigation, Walter Murphy was sitting in the passenger side, correct?
Best of my recollection, yes.
Okay, and you just heard D'Angelo White, that was D'Angelo White's statement, correct?
Yes.
And he said it couldn't be the passenger side. It could not be the passenger side, correct?
Watch what? What we talking about? What we talking about? Thorpe?
I did not say it was the passenger side that the vehicle was shot. I said the passenger. He stated the shots came from the driver's side. I stated it could not have been the passenger side.
What we talking about switching to? I'm ready to switch to something else.
To be the passenger, not the passenger side of the vehicle, is what I stated.
Mr. Murphy was seated in
oh,
the passenger.
juror number 2. I can't play that. I can't play that. Y'all trying to get me stricken. No, I can't play that. I might could play the trailer, though. I think I could play the trailer. Let me see if I can play the trailer real quick. I shouldn't get banned for playing the trailer. This is our juror number 2 review portion of the trial.
It was last October.
October. All right, I ain't gonna cut it no more. I just had to say that we reviewing this for YouTube. This is a video review, a trailer review. New movie by Clint Eastwood, trailer review on Flesh of the Gods.
On October 25th.
Pretty awesome so far, right, guys? Juror number 2. So I guess y'all know kind of how that story is. But yeah, the old boy that they trying to lock up, he got a King Slime tattoo. He got the snake with the crown. So yeah, that's the trailer. That's the trailer right there for juror number 2. Check it out. Oh, then we come back to Glanville blowing his nose.
And also according to Mr. Murphy, yes.
And Mr. White just said on tape it couldn't have come from the passenger side, correct?
If you go to his interview inside our vehicle, he also stated he did not believe it was the driver. It came from the driver's side, but he did not believe that it was the actual driver. Okay. It was someone from the passenger. Sir, are you going to let me answer?
Yes.
Okay, he stated he did not believe it was the driver because he didn't think the driver could drive and shoot a gun. He stated that it had to have been the passenger. I didn't say the passenger side of the vehicle. I said the passenger.
And there's a third person in the car, in the back seat, correct?
Correct, which...
And that was not Walter Murphy, was it?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and somehow that statement has become you writing down that he identified Walter Murphy as the shooter.
And somehow you're trying to get away from the fact that YSL, members of YSL shot this boy in the head. Whether it's a report...
Okay. So yeah, you may continue.
This court, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Investigator Gaither, as we sit here in court today, that no...
This was from, let me see, it's on the video right here, actually.
That you wrote...
It's from
7/13/15, that D'Angelo White identified Walter Murphy as the shooter, or the person who shot. As we sit here today, is that an accurate...
It's from 1985. I forgot what day it ended, but we still count it because they still running today. They just got different names. But it started in 85, the Red Dogs.
Report of what was said?
I was saying to get a question is asked and answered, sir. Let's move on, okay?
Well, I'm just...
It's asked and answered. Move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
The report you wrote that D'Angelo White identified Kelvin Treadwell as ordering the shooting, was that an accurate report?
Yeah. I'm going to check.
Basis.
Julie say 1938. They already had some other stuff, I guess, before the official Red Dogs. I guess before it was on paper. So, yeah, it might have started in 1938, and they just officially titled it in 1985. So she might be correct with that.
I don't think he answered that. I'll reward the objection.
Sir, that's what I wrote.
Let me ask you.
Denied.
This document that I'm reading off of, this photo lineup,
which is states
73 BBA. Thank you, Your Honor. When you left the police department, what did you do with this?
What did I do with what? You have it in your hand?
Yeah, what did you do with it?
Much love, Steph JK. Appreciate you, family.
When you left the police department? Did it go in the case file?
Objection made.
I stand in objection.
Did you, 73 BBA, the photo lineup that you wrote on, did that go in the case file when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
I believe you just asked me the exact same question that you did before.
I didn't. Could you please answer my question?
What's your question again, sir?
73 BBA, photo lineups, when you left the police department, Did these photo lineups end up on the 5th floor?
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for speculation.
I stand
What did
objection.
you do with the photo lineups when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
Objection, Your Honor, she answered that.
She has not answered that.
She's answered that already. It's asked and answered. Move on,
She
please.
answered.
She's
about-
asked and answered that question, sir. Please move on.
Did you do anything different with these police reports than you did with the other police reports that we can't find?
Objection, Your Honor, injecting facts that are not in evidence about the weekend.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. We have this one though, but you don't have the other police reports, right?
Objection, Dave.
Sustain the objection.
Hey. I want to talk to you a little bit more about the
Have a good one, Billy Gates. Appreciate you, family. Have a good dinner. I know you in London, so time is a little different, but appreciate you stopping by.
conversation you had with D'Angelo White in that car. D'Angelo White wanted $20 for helping you out, or helping the police give information, correct?
He did.
Okay, and you obviously you didn't pay him to give information,
I'm
right?
not paying anyone to give information, not just him. That is not how I work and how I did police work.
Fair enough.
Overrule the objection by Mr. Steele.
Fair enough. But you did speak to him, even though you didn't pay him. You did get him to speak about what had happened, correct?
What up, KP? I see you. Appreciate you, family.
By his account of what occurred, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. He indicated that he had a familiarity. He knew who O.G. Bentley was, correct?
Correct.
And he
He knew
referred
of him. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
He knew of him.
It's in theaters right now. You can only watch it if you got a bootleg program that you're able to see it at home. But it's in theaters. I don't, or maybe Max. If you got the Cinemax, you might be able to watch it.
And just for the record, when I'm saying O.G. Bentley, we're talking about government name Kelvin Trenton.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the rather large, light-skinned gentleman on the video.
Too late.
That's your description of him. I mean,
Okay, he
I've seen
gentleman,
larger.
gentleman that got out of the silver Pontiac.
The light skin with the white T-shirt, short sleeve white T-shirt. Yes, sir.
And ended up going into the store.
Correct.
Now, D'Angelo White said that O.G. Bentley was known to carry large amounts of money, correct?
He did say that. Yes.
And D'Angelo White, in his mind, associated O.G. Bentley with someone who worked for the rapper Young Thug.
Objection, Steve.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Yeah, that trailer was awesome. My review was I give it a 5 stars, and y'all should go watch the movie.
Regulations to put this on online.
I stand.
It's
I
in his statement.
stand as a form. You can rephrase.
In his statement, he associated O.G. Bentley with Young Thug.
Yes.
Per Walter Murphy, in his interview with you, he also said that at one point O.G. Bentley actually worked as a road manager for Young Thug, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect. I'm not sure of his exact words, but he did. He stated he worked for him in some capacity.
But Young Thug Jeffrey Williams had since cut ties because O.G. Bentley was stealing from him, correct?
According to Walter Murphy.
Okay, so according to Walter Murphy, at the time of this incident, there were no ties between O.G. Bentley and Jeffrey Williams on a professional level.
Objection, Your Honor, mistaken. Testimony.
I'll stand the objection as a form. You can rephrase, sir.
Yeah, that was the one from the other night. No one.
Either way, D'Angelo White associated O.G. Bentley with someone who would have money in his state, correct?
What do you mean by either way in regards to the follow-up?
I sustain the objection.
In his statement, D'Angelo White associated O.G. Bentley with someone who carries around large amounts of money. In his statement to you.
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And he also, D'Angelo White, acknowledged that his cousin, or excuse me, Dexter Montgomery's cousin, Cornelius Davis, was driving the car, following O.G. Bentley's car closely.
Objection.
I state as a form. You can rephrase.
He acknowledged that the car they were in was following the silver Pontiac closely.
Those weren't his words. That was Investigator Dennis's words.
Did he affirm?
He stated, Cornelius, he a young and, he drive the way he drive. And as he was stating that to us, he was, stating he drives wildly, not he was following too closely.
Okay. D'Angelo White told you and Investigator Dennis that O.G. Bentley must have thought we were going to rob him, correct?
Yes.
Lady Justice is blind.
As the investigator bring up robbing O.G. Bentley?
I did not.
Did Investigator Dennis bring up robbing O.G. Bentley?
I don't believe he did.
Okay. It was D'Angelo White in the interview who first said anything about O.G. Bentley must have thought we were going to rob him, right? He wasn't prompted by any of you police officers to say that, right?
Compound objection.
I state as a form. You can rephrase, sir.
Did he bring it up on his own?
He did.
Okay, shout out to Julie Horn. She said it was 1985. Yep. But they did have him before then. Just not on paper.
Walter Murphy, in his statement, indicated that O.G. Bentley thought the guys in the car were going to rob him.
Objection.
Correct?
Objection made before his statement.
I sustain the objection.
Walter Murphy, in his statement on August 18, 2015.
Abstain the objection. Abstain the objection.
Indicated to you that O.G. Bentley thought the guys in the blue car were going to rob him, correct?
I'm not sure which exact statement he made that comment, but...
He made that comment?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Did he make the comment that he thought they were going to be robbed?
Yes.
I believe he did. I'm not sure which statement, though.
So the idea of robbery not brought up by the police, and no one suggested that to Walter Murphy either from the police department, correct?
I can't answer your question with a yes or no or correct or incorrect. I can give you an explanation for what my opinion was of Walter Murphy.
I'm not asking your opinion.
Well, I can give you the facts of what I understood Walter Murphy
said horrible
statement to be, so I can't answer. I'm still answering.
I'm going to ask a question.
Basis. Yeah, let her finish. Okay.
Hey, it's worth it. Shoot, go support. It's worth it to go see it. It's a good movie. If y'all like going out to see movies, that would be something good to go see and support. Clint Eastwood, he makes some good movies, so I fucks with him. Show some love.
Did you suggest Walter Murphy?
I wasn't done answering.
Your Honor, it's not responsive.
Why don't you just rephrase the question, sir?
Did you personally suggest to Walter Murphy that there was a robbery?
You could just Google it. But it's in theaters right now.
I didn't suggest that to him, no. He was giving me his account of what he believed happened, and the majority of his statement was based on once he received discovery and hearing other people make statements, he was working his story to work with their story. So if we didn't know a particular person or a particular statement was made, his way of trying to get around telling us information was kind of telling us stuff we already knew.
Now that you got that out.
That was my answer.
Okay.
I stated.
So D'Angelo White.
Your Honor, I object, and I'd ask the not to allow to.
Let's drop the commentary, okay?
D'Angelo White, when he made his statement about O.G. Bentley must have thought I was going to be robbed, did he see the discovery too?
Did who see the discovery?
D'Angelo White.
Discovery wasn't a thing yet.
Okay.
It hadn't gone to court.
So that would be no. He hadn't seen the discovery.
No, he had not. There was no discovery to see. I'm sorry.
So Didi, you think they gonna make the verdict today, but they gonna do it after the court closed? That's what you saying?
You gotta let her finish, sir. Okay?
There was no discovery to see. We weren't at that stage of the case yet.
What D'Angelo White brought up, what O.G. Bentley must have thought he was being robbed too.
Yeah, objection, ask and answer, no.
I stand the question.
Do you have any evidence that Walter Murphy and D'Angelo White, those two individuals, ever talked together and said that this must have been a robbery?
I've never said that they knew each other or spoke with each other to come up with that particular statement.
But they both said it.
D'Angelo White's statement was first, and Walter Murphy's statement was after, which means he would have had part of our evidence from his case file when he was arrested, from his lawyer.
Okay. In the interview in the car with D'Angelo White,
Yes, sir.
Investigator Dennis asked Mr. White if anyone pulled out a gun on people in the silver Pontiac, correct?
I believe he did.
Okay.
Hold on, you thought I was talking about? I was really talking about juror number 2 of this case. Nah, not this case. I was talking about the movie.
And D'Angelo White's response was, "We had guns and shit," correct?
Guns and shit. But they did have a King Slime tattoo in the movie, though. They drew it on a sketch, like, you know what I'm saying? But that was his tattoo on his neck.
Yes, he did say that, and it was more to that as well.
We had guns and shit.
Yes, he stated that.
Okay. We, being plural, correct? Correct?
Are you insulting my intelligence by asking if we means plural? I think you are, though.
Okay.
I think you are.
All right, well,
Sir, don't do that. Don't do that.
Or you're not bad to the witness. Or it's a
I don't know. I don't see it going past the day. I don't see them wanting to stay past the day. But that's what made me think of that movie, though, again, that, not to bring it back up again, but because they was hung because all right, I ain't gonna tell y'all why. I ain't gonna spoil it for you. But yeah, they had problems selecting the guilty or not guilty too because of what was happening.
intelligence, and if he has a question, Your Honor, I would ask you about the gas.
All right, sir, let's be respectful to our witness,
I'm
okay?
being very respectful, Judge, and I always will.
I doubt it.
Guns, being plural.
I'm going to object to the last response by the witness as commentary.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, Mr. Sharp, please, this is focused on the questions. No, just focus on the questions. And Detective, please just answer the questions.
My apologies to the court, sir.
All right, sir. All right.
Guns, being plural as well, correct?
He stated that's what he said.
I sustain the objection.
I haven't asked him.
Are you trying to insult my intelligence, sir? We had guns and shit. My bad. Y'all mind if I run that back? That's probably my favorite part of this trial.
And this is
Last.
respectful.
Don't do that.
Plural. Had guns and shit.
Yes, he stated that.
Okay. We, being plural, correct? Correct?
Are you insulting my intelligence by asking if we means plural? I think you are, though.
Okay.
I think you are.
All right, well,
Sir, don't do that. Don't do that.
Or you're not bad to the witness. Or it's up for intelligence, and if he has a question, Your Honor, I would ask you about the gas.
All right, sir, let's be respectful to our witness,
I'm being
okay?
very respectful, Judge, and I always will.
I doubt it.
Guns, being plural.
I'm going to object to the last response by the witness as commentary.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, Mr. Sharp, please, this is focused on the questions.
I'm trying.
No, just focus on the questions. And detective, please just answer the question.
My apologies to the court, sir.
All right, sir. All right.
Guns being plural as well, correct?
Hold on. Then he called Gaither sir. He said, all right, sir.
Apologies to the court, sir.
All right, sir. All right. And detective, please just answer the question.
My apologies to the court, sir.
All right, sir. All right.
Guns being plural as well, correct?
He stated that's what he said.
I stand the objection.
I haven't asked him. Remember last week when you were testifying and we talked about, or Ms.love was asking you questions and you referred to people in the blue car as practically children?
Oh yeah, that's a fact. You might be right. She might prefer to be called sir. So let me not jump the gun because I might be wrong. She might have told him call me sir.
No, I don't recall that being the exact thing I said.
Okay. Well, which we heard, we and guns. As an investigator, did anyone seek further clarification from D'Angelo White when he say we? Who in that blue car possessed guns? Did anyone ask?
Ask who had the guns?
Yes.
That's not on the recorded statement, sir.
So did anyone ask? I understand it's not in the recorded statement. Mm-hmm. Did anyone ask who in the blue car had the guns?
I don't believe the jury heard that, so it's not on the statement.
So that's a no?
We did not ask him that.
Okay. Did anyone ask how many guns were in that blue car?
Sir, that's not on it. That goes to part of we did not further inquire about the guns that he stated we had. So every question regarding the guns and who and we, and as we all know, we heard the recording. It's not on the recording. Therefore, we didn't ask him that.
Did anyone ask what types of guns were in the blue car?
Objection.
I never asked that.
I will rule the objection. You can answer that.
Sir, no further inquiry was asked about the guns that they had that Mr. D'Angelo White said they had in the vehicle.
Okay, and as lead investigator in this case, and I understand that you weren't there on that night, you're aware that guns were not located in the car.
The night of the incident?
Right.
Yes, I am aware of that.
The car relocated itself to an address at 1987 Fremont Avenue, correct?
It did.
Okay. Did anyone search the 1987 Fremont Avenue address for any guns that may have been discarded there before the police arrived?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence.
I stand the objection.
Was 1987 Fremont Avenue searched that night?
Sir, as you just stated, I was not there on the night that the incident occurred.
So you don't know the answer to that question?
I personally did not execute a search warrant on Fremont Street.
Okay. Now, you've been able to review, in court, in fact, we reviewed the surveillance from the sit-go from that night, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that we can see the blue car pulling into the gas station, following behind the silver Pontiac?
Objection. As to characterization, best evidence is the video.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you please pull up? That's fine. DS9 at 1340. Is that in addition to the one time you said you met since your testimony started?
No, I see Ms.love every day that I'm here.
Okay. So you talk to her every day that you're here as well?
Yes.
Okay. So, for instance, I believe it was on Tuesday, you were asked, the first questions you were asked were to clarify, telling Walter Murphy that you were going to give him a chance to sober up. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, the state spoke to you about that the day before and said, hey, you said sober up. We're going to ask you about that, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't recall if they did.
Okay. You're aware that the defense attorneys were also seeking to speak with you prior to your testimony, correct?
I believe Mr. Steele reached out.
Okay. Mr. Steele wrote you an email hoping to speak with you, and this was around December of 2023, correct?
Object to any questions about what someone else did.
I stand the
Your
objection. I stand the objection. But you can rephrase if you like.
Okay. As a witness, Mr. Steele reached out to you about talking about the work in this case, correct?
The work in this case, or that he wanted to speak with me about regarding this case?
About the work you did in this case.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I couldn't understand. You said the work you did. I didn't.
Yes, the work you did in this case.
He stated he wanted to speak with me in regards to the case. He didn't say a specific reason.
And initially, there was going to be a telephone call to discuss things, but eventually you said that you did not want to speak about the work in this case to the defense side, correct?
No, you're incorrect.
Okay. I'm going to... You sent to Attorney Steele on December 28th of 2023.
It's part of it. You missing a little bit.
Okay, you can put down.
Are we looking at just the first page, or are you said? I'm asking a question. You said, "Is this an email, Mr. Steele?" Is that what you asked? Okay, this is a portion of an email chain.
Right. And
Okay.
You can look at the previous pages.
What am I looking for?
Just to make sure that you feel that it's an accurate representation of the email.
I believe this is accurate, but your characterization of what I said is inaccurate.
Well, we're going to talk about exactly what you said.
Absolutely.
In the previous...
She trying to lie and then gonna try to correct it and still make it like he wrong even though he right.
Mr. Steele was trying to set up a meeting.
You said 1 and not 2 and 3. That ain't, never mind.
Speak with you about the work in this case, correct? Your work in this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. Could you read the email on that top page? Dated
Basis.
You say reading the document, not in evidence.
The prior inconsistent statement.
It's foundation. I'll sustain this to that. I sustain objections to that.
Okay. Is this an accurate depiction of the emails that were exchanged between you and Mr. Steele?
It appears to me. It looks a little out of order, but for the most part, it appears to be.
Your Honor, at this point, at this time, I would ask to admit DS-13 into evidence.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
The hearsay not inconsistent.
I sustain the objection.
Investigator Gaither.
Yes, sir.
On December 28, 2023, did you write, "Good morning, Mr. Steele. I have decided not answer any questions at this time. Hopefully you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports." Is that what you said? Is that what you emailed?
That is what I emailed after Mr. Steele was given an opportunity to call me and meet with me, and he did not meet that time. So therefore, I was not going to keep rearranging my schedule because he did not meet that time.
Hopefully you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports. Investigator Gaither, where are your police reports?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, how about we take some lunch at this point in time? Yes.
Wanted to bring this
You can
up.
use the one in front of you. It's easier. It's going to be on your screen as well, okay?
Get myself out of the way.
And the one on your screen, I just took out for privacy your email address and other personal information, telephone number, but it should be the exact identical
But
content,
two,
okay?
if certainly they felt uncomfortable within the work.
So this one, this should be the bottom of DS13, so it should go back to front is my belief. And you tell me if I'm wrong. And at the very bottom, sir?
You would.
Okay, so this is December 13th
What?
of 2000, if you could scroll up, Mr. Kokomo. Of 2023, 12:42 afternoon. Do you see that?
Page 5?
Should be the last page, yes, going up.
No, I have 6. Yeah, I believe. Okay.
And you see, my coworker wrote to you, good afternoon, Detective Gaither. I hope that all is well always. Please advise whether you have any availability to meet with Attorney Brian Steele via Zoom between now and 2 p.m. If yes, I will send you a Zoom link instanter. We look forward to hearing from you. Happy holidays, sincerely, and that's my coworker. Fair to say?
That it reads that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then if Mr. Kokomo can scroll up and you can follow along also with DS13. And then you responded
I'm trying to figure out.
at same date, December 18, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you wrote, good afternoon. As I stated to Seth Brown, he's the gentleman who's seated right here, pointed to, correct, with the prosecution.
Okay.
From the DA's office, I would be available early morning today. Unfortunately, as of right now, I am not available to speak with you. I will be leaving town tomorrow for work until Saturday. If it is completely necessary to speak with me, we can try to set something up again another time. Fair to say?
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Weinstein.
What up, what up, what up, family? Appreciate y'all being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. This is Doug Weinstein from yesterday. Shout out to Julie, one of the OG originals, been here since I had 30 subscribers earlier this year. Beginning of this year, I had 30 subscribers. Appreciate all y'all that came and tapped in and joined, showed us love. Appreciate it, family. Oh, hold on, it's on mute.
I'm Doug Weinstein, as y'all know, and I have the pleasure of representing Diamante Kendrick, along with my co-counsel, Katie Hingerty, who's sitting back there right now. Mr. J. Apt also represents Mr. Kendrick, but he can't be here right now. And good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon, counsel. I am thrilled to finally be able to speak directly to you all. We've seen each other in the hallways, we've seen each other in the break room, and here in court, but I haven't been able to address you directly. The first thing I have to say is thank you. Thank you for your time over the last year. Thank you for your attention. It is sincerely appreciated. And I am going to do something that you have not seen much of. I am going to try to move at a brisk and deliberate pace and not take up any more of your time than I need to, because I think we have already taxed that enough at this point. I know that your time is valuable. I know you want to be able to spend the holidays with your family. I would also like Mr. Kendrick to be able to spend the holidays with his family without the weight of this trial hanging over him. So let's get a move on. You have heard a bit about Diamante Kendrick over the course of this trial, so I want to just talk about him for a few minutes. As you heard, Diamante, first of all, he originates from Miami. He came from Miami. He moved here. But he was a football star at Grady.
What up, Nim? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family. Cynthia Torp, I see you. What up, though?
And he had a scholarship to UGA to play football. That's a path out that a lot of people take. That is a path up. For a lot of folks in Diamante's situation, the path out is football, either as a career or as a scholarship opportunity to get a college education, to make a better life for yourself. And then another alternative is often music. And while he had that chance to go to UGA, it got derailed. And it got derailed through something that was at no point Mr. Kendrick's responsibility, but it got derailed. So he had to look for something else. And what did he look for? He looked for music. He turned to music because he didn't want to live in that life anymore. He wanted to move beyond it. But yeah, he made some mistakes back then. He made some mistakes back in 2015. And he has paid his price for that. He has paid his dues that he owed society for that. And since that time, he has done nothing but turn to his art, turn to his music, writing lyric after lyric after lyric, laying down tracks. But instead of allowing him to move on with his life, he has become sucked up in this targeting of Jeffrey Williams and has become collateral damage. And these attacks and use of his lyrics against him, the use of the lyrics against Jeffrey Williams, is frankly shameful. It's an attack on the First Amendment.
What up, Texas T? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
And there's been
Fatima,
so many rights,
you.
so many notions that I think we hold dear as a nation that the state has simply swept away. So why has the state taken a year of your life away from the work that you enjoy, the family that you love, your travel, your vacations, your children, grandchildren, parents? Why have they done that? What has been the point? The state told you in their opening that there was a point. And the point was that Jeffrey Williams was the head of a wolf pack. That is what they told you. But I don't think anyone sitting in here has seen that. You'll make that decision, not me. But I don't think anyone has seen that. What have they proven about Jeffrey Williams? They have proven that he was a man that through incredible hard work, dedication, and talent came up out of Cleveland Avenue. And instead of forgetting everyone back there, instead of leaving them behind.
Fatima, what's good, family? I see you in Texas T rolling in. Appreciate y'all.
He tried to reach out to those people that were friends of his that he came up with and say, you don't have to live this life. You can come with me. You can get into music. You can hone your craft. I can take you on the road with me. I can take you out of this. And some people took advantage of that and pulled themselves out, took advantage of Jeffrey's help. Some people tried to do that and failed, and Jeffrey Williams sent them back home. They didn't succeed. And Mr. Kendrick
Lady Justice is blind.
took a hold of that.
Everybody can get it.
And Mr. Kendrick took advantage of that opportunity that Jeffrey helped him. But instead, law enforcement put a target on Jeffrey Williams' back. Because God forbid anybody pull themselves out of that. Because what does society want to do? Drag them back again. Never let them leave their past behind. God forbid someone leave that behind and pull themselves out up from their bootstraps. That's what we tell ourselves as a country. If you work hard enough, you can pull yourself out. Let's see what you guys say. So I would argue that we have not wasted your time here for a year. I'm going to argue that the state hasn't wasted your time, that this court hasn't wasted your time, and that we can salvage something out of this year that we have taken from you. And that is to send a message. And you're going to send a message by going in the back, looking at the evidence that's presented to you, and I think any review of that evidence would have you come back with findings of not guilty on all the charges against Mr. Kendrick. Diamante Kendrick is one of Jeffrey Williams' best friends. And as I said, he's a casualty of law enforcement's war on Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick is charged with racketeering, murder, and several other charges, about 4, all relating to drugs and guns that were found at Jeffrey Williams' house.
Cynthia Torp, what up, though?
When Mr. Kendrick was over there visiting. What evidence, what testimony, what witnesses, what physical evidence has the state shown you that Mr. Kendrick committed these crimes? I would say almost nothing that you've seen in this courtroom. Sure, they've played some videotapes, but what have you seen from this witness stand? Nothing. When this case began, we stood up here in opening and we told you the state would not be able to present evidence against Mr. Kendrick. We told you they're not going to be able to show you guns tied to him, that there would not be ballistics tied to Mr. Kendrick. There wouldn't be fingerprints tied to Mr. Kendrick. There would not be witnesses putting Mr. Kendrick at the scenes of these crimes. There wouldn't be any video of Mr. Kendrick involved in the tragic murder of Donovan Thomas. We told you that this case was a Krispy Kreme donut hole. I think the phrase I might prefer is a nothing burger. But that's what we told you.
Krispy Kreme donut hole and a nothing burger.
That's what we promised you. And that is a bold promise for a defense attorney to make. And it's one you'll rarely hear. But we made you that promise. And we also told you what would happen, that the state was going to parade hundreds of witnesses through here to throw everything they could against the wall to see what would stick. And frankly, I would submit that nothing has stuck, that we have kept our promises to you. What did the state promise you? Again, a wolf pack with a ruthless wolf pack leader. It's late in the day. With a ruthless wolf pack leader that is here. And instead, you saw that man that wouldn't leave his friends behind. As the state has told you, as Mr. Sharp told you, the state has to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And they have to prove every element of these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. So let's just talk about reasonable doubt for a moment.
That's a fact. It is a long case. They got a lot of evidence to go through. That's true.
They told you that you don't have to seek out doubt. They don't want you to think about doubt. But the standard is they have to prove their case to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove their state to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of the charges, for each of the elements. It can't be down here as highly unlikely. It is a very high standard. Possibly guilty, probably guilty doesn't do it. It has to be guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The court is going to charge you. They're going to tell you, for example, that grave suspicion.
Where have I seen that before, Doug? Hey, I've seen that before. No, shout out to Doug. I'm glad he used that for real. That's a powerful slide right there. Like Julie Horn, though, I've been using that since the beginning, since I first started streaming. You already know, I already had it on my first streams. Shout out to Doug and Julie.
Is not sufficient. And let me read you the charge you're going to hear. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raises a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Mr. Short already explained so much about the evidence presented regarding the tragic killing of Donovan Thomas. And I need to start by saying I have deep, deep sympathy for the Thomas family. I cannot imagine what it must be like to lose a loved one to gun violence or any type of violence like that. I myself have 5 children, and just the thought of losing a child tears me up. So I don't know what they must be going through. But I think the evidence that has been shown to you does not demonstrate in any way that Mr. Kendrick is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the killing of Donovan Thomas. And as Mr. Sharp so ably demonstrated to you, I think that there are others whose
My bad, I was on mute. So they say saying no jury today, resume on Monday. So that mean they gonna go to Thanksgiving and talk about it with all their family? Like, what y'all think? What y'all think? They gonna hear them talking about it, obviously.
perhaps guilt or responsibility for Donovan Thomas's death has been demonstrated far more than my client's alleged responsibility. Briefly, to not belabor the point that Mr. Sharp brought up, let's talk about Kenneth Copeland, Little Woody. He was a character, right? I mean, he sat in that witness box, and he's a charismatic fellow, a very interesting guy. And he has certainly made the most of his star turn in this courtroom. But
if they was trying to play dirty like the state, they would have been got shut down. They would have all been in jail by now. All the clients, at least.
He never testified on this stand that Diamante had anything to do with the killing of Donovan Thomas. He never testified on the stand that Demikian Garlington told him all this stuff, that Kendrick was involved in killing Donovan Thomas. He didn't tell you anything about, at the McDonald's, he learned anything about the killing of Donovan Thomas that Diamante Kendrick was involved in. You didn't hear it at Sky House. You don't hear that from the stand from him. To the degree you heard any of that, it is in that June interrogation tape that was played to you. He was not under oath during that interrogation. And you heard the circumstances from Mr. Sharp, all the pressure that he was under. That was his 5th interrogation following the murder of Donovan Thomas, and the first time he comes up with this story clearly concocted by Demikian Garlington. How'd you like the testimony of Demikian Garlington? Oh, you didn't hear any testimony from Demikian Garlington. Everything Garlington allegedly said, you heard through other people. And again, why did he lie to police? To use Mr. Sharp's phrase, because I always steal from the best. He didn't want to wear the blue jumpsuit. He didn't want to go to Rice Street. He didn't want to be in the Fulton County Jail. He didn't want to face years of prison. He finessed the police. He finessed the police. He is a master liar. He is an admitted master liar. And he has methodologies he uses to lie and try to make it convincing. And he explained all of that to you. Again, why doesn't he want to go to Rice Street? Well, he told you what jail was like. On my cross, he explained what jail was like. When he most recently spent time in jail, he had a broken toilet full of feces. There were flies everywhere. He had no food to eat. He had to put his shirt over his face to act as a mask to try to keep the smell down. What rational person wouldn't do everything they can to avoid that? And of course, now's the next question. How do you know when to ever believe Kenneth Copeland? And I don't have a great answer for you on that. I can tell you what he said on the stand during my cross. You know, he said, hand to God, I am telling the truth now. I have God in my heart. I have God in my head. Now this.
Yo, Fatima, to check your points is ! free Thug. And now that he free, actually I need to change that, so I'm about to change that. Matter of fact, I might do it right now. Appreciate y'all, family. What y'all think the next checkpoints should be? I might just do a temporary one, but right now it's ! free Thug, all one word.
State would have you believe about Mr. Copeland and Mr. Zachary, who I'll address next, that they got on the stand and they lied here. And they lied here, I'm sure they're going to say, because they're afraid of the defendants. And that is why they lie. But I'm going to argue to you that actually they got on the stand here and they told the truth, and they did it really almost in an act of bravery, because when they get on the stand, the people they're afraid of is the state. They're afraid of the state. The state is the one that has the power to prosecute them. The state is the one that has the power to put them in prison. The state is the one that has the power to put Mr. Copeland in that jail cell with the non-working toilets and the feces and everything else that he is trying to avoid. But despite being afraid of the state, Mr. Copeland gets up here and tells you the truth. Quindarius Zachary, again, he lies to police. He lies to police repeatedly. And when I confronted him with those lies, why did you lie? You know, he said, Yak never told me nothing. Yak never showed me nothing but love. Never showed me nothing but love. But he lied on him anyway. And why did he lie? Because Garlington came to him with a play. And what's the play? The play is to blame other people for the death of Donovan Thomas. Who did Mr. Zachary see in that infinity? He never saw nobody in that infinity but Woody. The Texaco. Oh my gosh, there's the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun that shows that my client murdered Donovan Thomas. He's on video at a Texaco station a block away before the murder. Heaven forbid. He pulls up in that Texaco in a Pontiac. He leaves the Pontiac. He goes, you've seen this video 1,000 times. Well, maybe not that many, but it must feel like it. He leaves the Pontiac to go into the Texaco. And he buys some junk food in the Texaco, goes back into the...
Yeah, I guess it's looking like they done for the day. Appreciate you joining, family. We almost up out of here. I'm going to just finish up Doug's closing arguments, and we're going to wrap that up before we go. Shout out to Julie. Appreciate you. Say she ducking back in the bushes. Appreciate you, family.
Pontiac. He sits in the Pontiac. He talks to another car that pulls up. He gets back in the Pontiac, and he leaves in the Pontiac. Go in the back. Watch the video 1,001st time. You're never going to see him get in an infinity. You're never going to see it. How does he get in the infinity?
Hey, yo, what up, Ganja? I see you. Appreciate you.
Was there a witness that got up here and put him in the infinity? No. Do they have video from the surrounding area that shows him transferring into the infinity? No. I mean, presumably, he teleports into the infinity. I have no idea what their theory is going to be when they argue to you, but I'm going to be fascinated to hear it, because there's been no testimony about him in an infinity. How do we know it's an infinity in a drive-by? Well, the state is pretty sure it's an infinity. The state put on, this is one of my favorite experts of all of the state's experts, they put on an infinity identification expert who has worked with, infinity for years. And he can tell in any kind of grainy video that that car is an infinity. That's an amazing expert, but I'll take his testimony. That's fine. I think he's right. I think it's an infinity. And Mr. Kendrick is not in an infinity. And it's pretty hard to do a drive-by shooting if you are not in the car that did the drive-by. It is absurd. So again, there's no eyewitness testimony of Mr. Kendrick involved in the shooting. No weapons tying Mr. Kendrick to it. No ballistics. No fingerprints. No gunpowder residue. No DNA. Nothing. Nothing that you would expect to see. Now, the state has told you, well, you can look at circumstantial evidence. This is true. You can. And the state put up a dollar bill with some puzzle pieces missing. So, well, you can kind of infer that that's a dollar bill. And that's true. But don't go try to spend that dollar bill anywhere, because that dollar bill will not spend. And this evidence is not sufficient to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the cell phone data? Oh my gosh. You poor folks. You had to spend days.
Shout out to Loa. Appreciate you, family.
Listening to experts coming.
Julie. Shout out to Loa, too, but shout out to Julie. Appreciate you, family.
In here and talk to you about cell phone location data. Where was Mr. Kendrick's cell phone location data, putting him there? They didn't show you any. Who killed Donovan Thomas? I don't know who killed Donovan Thomas. But I think Mr. Shart's theory has some merit. Let's turn to the allegations that YSL is a gang. The state had to bring in
Pink Slime. That's a fact. Keep it going. Keep it going. That's a fact. Shout out to Pink Slime. Appreciate you, family.
5 different gang experts. You guys had to sit through 5 different gang experts to try to convince you that YSL is a gang. Now, they gave you the definition of a traditional gang, and these gang experts, who, as Mr. Sharp pointed out, all sit there and train each other in this insular little unit, but they told you, yeah, they're not a traditional gang. They don't meet the definition of a traditional gang. But lo and behold, we have another category of gang.
Hey, what up, Chadigi in the house? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
It's a hybrid gang. Ooh, a hybrid gang. This is fascinating. Let's talk about hybrid gangs. What's a hybrid gang? Oh, a hybrid gang is whatever we say it is at any given point in time to fit our narrative. That's what a hybrid gang is. I use the term nose of wax. They can twist it any way they want to fit the group of people they want and say they're a hybrid gang. It's a catch-all. It's a catch-all used to throw all kinds of people together and say, well, you don't meet the definition of a gang, but because we are gang experts that train each other, we have decided you are a hybrid gang. Well, hybrid gang. So a hybrid gang apparently is one where, according to their experts, Bloods and Crips can live together in peace and harmony with each other to accomplish some type of goal. Does that make sense to anyone in here that has any basic understanding of the way that gangs work? You've had the state's own witnesses come here on the stand and talk about how ridiculous it is that you can say, that anyone can say, that YSL is a gang when you can have Bloods and Crips and Independents and all of these people be members of this alleged gang. As Mr. Sharp talked about, there's none of the traditional gang elements. There's no beating in. Anybody can call themselves a member of YSL. You know, someone, I guess, alleged there might be a $25 dues fee or something ridiculous to that effect. But there's nothing that shows them together as a gang. Oh, well, wait. They are a gang because look at these pictures of YSL wearing green clothing. That must mean they're a gang. You guys are mostly in blue and black. You associate with each other here today. Are you guys a gang? The state is all in red today. Are they a gang because they're all dressed in red? Poor Miss Hingerty happened to come in red today. I guess she's a member of the gang as well. It is absurd. Lil Wayne has ESPN on his arm. ESPN. I guess Lil Wayne is surprised that he's a member of YSL too. My client's got ESPN on his body. No, that can't be because he was a football star and in his mind probably liked ESPN. It must be because he's a member of a gang called YSL. So it's wonderful that the state's gang experts have such insights into the mental thinking of my client and Lil Wayne and everybody else. Now the state may say, well, they're not a gang, even though they all dress in red today, looking quite dapper. Because, well, they don't have some criminal objective. Well, I don't know. Let's look at the way the state indicts people. The state's around Investigator Viverito. Investigator Viverito is the last person I can find anywhere on video or that you've seen on video holding that missing $500,000 watch. Did she steal the watch? Was that an overt act and can furtherance of the conspiracy? Maybe I should go to a grand jury and try to indict this. It's the state gang or something ludicrous.
You, family. Appreciate you.
Just like that. Everything gang investigators see is viewed from the viewpoint of it must be a gang. Mr. Kendrick, look at the photo they showed you of Mr. Kendrick in the bandana shirt. Go back and look at it in color. The gang investigator says it's red. It is orange. Orange as the sun. You look at it, you decide, don't take my word for it, don't take their word for it, don't take the state's words for it. Use your own eyes. But when you're a gang investigator, everything has to fit the narrative. And that's the narrative. The snake on Mr. Kendrick's chest. Did he get that snake because YSL is a gang? Or did he get that snake because it represents the tree of knowledge in the Adam and Eve story? Well, they can tell you. I saw a mentalist Saturday night at a show, and this mentalist was amazing. This mentalist, you would think of something, and the mentalist would tell you, oh my gosh, you're thinking of a number between 1 and 50, it's 47. It's actually quite impressive. Apparently, Investigator Viverito and these other gang experts are mentalists. Maybe they will be at the next fundraiser I go to. I'd like to see some more of their tricks. Mr. Kendrick does modeling shots. So someone will say to Mr. Kendrick, hey, hold this hat. Oh, that's gang. The hat has a rat with a line through it. That's a gang activity. We're sending a message to everybody. There's a photo taken outside at the time of a video shoot for music. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look at that. Gang activity. There's photos of Mr. Kendrick wearing clothes that say slat outside of a recording studio. More gang activity. More people trying to pull themselves out, get into music, exercise their First Amendment rights. More gang activity. It's just exhausting, folks. All right. The racketeering charge. Racketeering is very complicated, as you all know. And the state explained racketeering to you. So I'm not going to go into all of the details of what it takes for you guys to find racketeering. Although I do want to repeat, you have to find each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, and you're not going to be able to do that with Mr. Kendrick. So I only want to focus on a few parts. Just bear with me. It's late in the day. Late in the day. Just give me a little more time. A few parts of the racketeering charge. First of all, the state has not shown a conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a conspiracy? It is an understanding to accomplish or pursue a common criminal objective. Criminal. There's been no common criminal objective shown. What has been shown to you, and what was shown to you even earlier today? A series of independent, disparate acts over and over again. All kinds of different people committing criminal acts. I'm not going to argue to you that criminal acts were not committed, but they have not shown any relationship between these acts. They have not shown you anything that's shown it was done for a common criminal objective. That was not demonstrated. Again, as Mr. Shark said, when Mr. Stevens was here, Tick, and Mr. Stevens was talking about selling pot, he did that for his own benefit. He's not paying up the ladder. And by the way, there is no ladder. Investigator Viverito told you because this is a hybrid gang, there's no structure to it. So I don't know how Mr. Tick is supposed to, Mr. Stevens is supposed to spread the money around. But it doesn't matter. They're going to say there's a common criminal objective. Nothing has been shown. Tick. I have to go on a side note on Tick, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Williams, they were trying to avoid the fate of Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, remember, I'd love you to go back and listen, read his testimony. Remember, look at your notes. At the age of 11, society threw him away. They threw him away. They tossed him in juvie, where he learned about gangs and drugs and everything else. Threw his life away. And he's trying to get his life in order again. And he's dragged back into this. State says one of the objectives was money and power. Where's the money flowing? Where's the money? Where's the money coming in? The state had the power of the courts, their subpoena power. They could have gotten Jeffrey Williams' banking and financial records. They could have subpoenaed his accountants. They could have gotten all of that to see the money flowing. Did they do it? No. Why didn't they do it? Well, I'm going to...
I hope not, Pink Slime, because if he stay out of trouble, his probation should be done in 10 years. It's only 15 if he violate.
Argue to you they didn't do it because there was nothing.
So you got 10 years you might be able to do that instead of 15.
Nothing there. If they did it, it would undercut their case about seizing Mr. Williams' assets, about seizing $8 million worth of jewelry that he earned in the music business, about seizing all of those cars, about seizing the ring off of his finger and keeping it. We don't want to see those records because we don't want evidence that he earned all of this from his music and his hard work. No efforts of money and power as part of a conspiracy deriving from this gang. The judge is going to tell you in your instructions, mere association with an enterprise is insufficient by itself to establish a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Mere association. And that's what you have here, mere association. A bunch of guys that grew up together, were around each other, and that some of whom were trying to make it out, and some of whom were trying to help others make it out. Mr. Kendrick was trying to make it out. Mr. Kendrick would not let himself be thrown away like happened to Mr. Stevens. So I don't believe there's a conspiracy that's been shown beyond a reasonable doubt. What else has the state not shown? Well, they've not shown a lot, but I'm just going to focus on a few. The state hasn't shown that Diamante Kendrick knowingly and willingly joined this conspiracy, and they must show that. Well, first of all, I understand their difficulty. I understand their problem. How do you show that you knowingly and willingly joined the conspiracy with a criminal purpose when one doesn't exist? So that's their first challenge. That's their first challenge. What did they do to try to show knowing and willing join? Well, he hung out with some guys that did some bad things. He allegedly is part of this YSL gang that's not a gang.
At least this view, we get to see Love's face while he talking. We get to look at her face and not just the back of her head. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. What up, Jason Hodges? I see you. What up, Nameless? I see you in the chat. Appreciate y'all, family.
And by the way, you heard testimony. Mr. Kendrick was signed to the YSL record label. So I guess he knowingly and willingly signed to the YSL record label. But that is not the same as knowingly and willingly joining a conspiracy. Depending on the outcome of this case, at least to this point, being signed to a record label, even a rap record label, is not a crime in the U.S. What else hasn't the state shown? They haven't shown a pattern of racketeering activity. And the key here is pattern. And part of the key to pattern is there has to be interrelatedness. And I'm sorry about the legalese. I promise I am. But I have to talk about it. These acts have to be interrelated. And instead, what you've seen for a year of your time is isolated incident after isolated incident. We're going to throw everything against the wall and hope something sticks. But even if a few things stick, if they're not interrelated, it is not a pattern.
Lady Justice is blind.
So I believe that when you look at all of the evidence, you're going to need to go back to the jury room. And I believe once you deliberate, you're going to find that Mr. Kendrick is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of conspiracy to violate RICO. The last charges are easier to discuss and will go faster. Every count, counts 57, 58, 61, and 63. These are the last four counts against Mr. Kendrick. All of those relate or based upon drugs and guns found at Jeffrey Williams' house. Not a single witness, photograph, fingerprint, lab test, DNA, everything you can imagine. Nothing shows that Mr. Kendrick possessed any of those guns and drugs. Nothing. When they arrested Mr. Kendrick that day, did they test his clothing for any type of samples that there might be drugs or... No, nothing. Nothing. You didn't see any of that. Why was he arrested? Why is he arrested for drugs and guns? It's merely his presence at Jeffrey Williams' house that day. The judge is also going to tell you this, and bear with me while I read this, because it's too long to memorize. You are not authorized to find a person who was merely present at the scene of the commission of a crime at the time was committed guilty of consent in and concurrence in the commission of the crime unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in the actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. They're trying to show Mr. Kendrick guilty of those.
That's a fact, Wilma. They got the next RICO coming up. We was just talking about that last night, too. That's a fact. Appreciate you, family.
Crimes just by being at Jeffrey Williams' house. I don't know about y'all, but when someone invites me over to their home, I do not ask before I go there, do you have drugs stashed away throughout your house? I do not ask before I go there, have you got a machine gun hidden under the couch in the basement? Have you got guns stashed in your cabinets? I don't ask that. And when I get to their house, I don't go looking for those things.
Well, that is kind of different because he is a convicted felon, so you might want to ask if you know you ain't supposed to be around it. I don't know, but I feel him, though. I'm still rocking with him. We still rocking with Weinstein. Drop some owls in the chat for Weinstein. Appreciate y'all, family.
Why did they charge him with this? Why did they charge Mr. Kendrick with this? Because, as I have told you, and from what you could see in this courtroom, Mr. Kendrick has done nothing but work on his music. But they have to drag him in. They have to suck him in to this vortex caused by their relentless, ridiculous pursuit of Jeffrey Williams. It is offensive and it is absurd, and presumably they felt they needed to do it to help out on the Rico case and to help get
That's a fact. Red Dogs is definitely a hybrid gang.
Jeffrey Williams. Briefly turning to each of those counts. Count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity. That is purely based on his alleged possession of marijuana and a firearm. But again, no one got up here and said Mr. Kendrick possessed any of the firearms or any of the drugs at the house. Now, here's what the state is likely to say. This is what I'm anticipating. Possession can be one of two ways, and you will hear the judge instruct you on this as well. It can be actual possession.
Appreciate you, Joni Ford. We're about to wrap up in like 5 more minutes or so. As soon as he's done with this speech. Appreciate you, family.
You're holding it. Or constructive possession. Constructive possession requires the state to show that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons, intended to possess those drugs. So when the state tells you that, I want you to please remember what I've just told you and think, what witnesses have you seen? What evidence has been presented that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons or those drugs or that marijuana? Nothing. Zero. Donut hole, nothing burger.
Donut hole, nothing
The
burger.
other 3 counts, 58, 61, 63, those are all marijuana or firearms. And again, I don't need to repeat myself. While I have had wonderful help from Ms. Hingerty and Mr. Apt on this case, for the most part, Diamante only has me up here representing him. The state has an army of prosecutors, investigators, law enforcement to assist them. So, Diamante only has David. And I just pray that I have done my best to slay this giant Goliath that is pursuing him. The state has not met their high burden of showing guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I would even argue the state hasn't met these lower standards either. It's just not been done. I think when you go back there and deliberate, you'll come up with the same idea, the same conclusion. This case against Mr. Kendrick should have never been brought. That same Saturday night when I saw The Mentalist, a friend was saying to me, well, your problem is that the state has the last word. You're going to get up and talk to the jury, but then the state gets to go again.
Much love, World's End. Appreciate you, family.
And they're great lawyers from the state. And they may not remember what you say. They're going to have the last word. And I said, no, you are wrong. You are wrong. The state does not have the last word. The jury has the last word. You guys have the last word. Each of you will decide the fate of Mr. Kendrick. Each of you individually will decide whether the state has met their high burden on each of these counts and on
Jung Forever, what up? Appreciate you, family. You think they met that high burden, that burden of proof?
each of the elements of the counts to show that he committed this beyond a reasonable doubt. When you go back and deliberate, I believe that you can go back and send the message that targeting people, fixating on individuals who have managed to climb out of their circumstance, attacking people for their music and their lyrics and their art is wrong. Is wrong. Targeting only people of color for their music and lyrics is wrong.
It's wrong. Shout out to Chad Diggy. Y'all sub up to Survivor Speaks. Great content.
Winnie Lee, when he was on the stand, told you, he told all of us, even though I am a black man, not everything I write about is true or autobiographical.
Three Faces.
He
in the
has an
hood.
imagination.
What up, Three Faces? I see you.
Mr. Kendrick has an imagination. He has things to say about what he sees in the world around him, as does Winnie Lee, as does Jeffrey Williams.
Krispy Kreme
And
donut
the
hole,
use
Bert
of
S.
lyrics and artistic expression against individuals is wrong, it's un-American, and it shows the desperation of the state that they have to reach to that level in order to try to make a case against Mr. Kendrick. You can show that maybe, just maybe, we really do believe it when we tell people that through hard work, you can pull yourself up from wherever you came from.
Go follow Queen Slime, a.k.a. Cat Knot Williams. Show her some love.
Hi, guys. How is everybody?
And that we, as Americans, as people, we believe in redemption. So I ask you to please remember that during and after the state's closing, to remember that when you're deliberating, to remember that each of you individually gets to make that decision of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm going to ask for the sale, because that is what you're supposed to do. Right? And I'm going to ask you to go back there, deliberate, and come back with not guilty verdicts for Mr. Kendrick on all the charges against him. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the last year of your life that you sacrificed to be here and fulfill your roles as citizens. I really appreciate it.
All right, let's take a short break, which is going to be our last break of the day. Then we will hear from the state again. Then I will release y'all for the day. We'll come back tomorrow. I'll give you the instructions. So let's take, maybe a...
No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell me? And that's not what the point is. The point is, you as an advocate, is you should have told me. I got a problem with you now. I got a problem with you now. I would suggest you don't say any more. Now you want to have it both ways. You can't do it. Both sides have an equal responsibility under the rules of professional responsibility. All right, have a seat, sir. Thank you.
How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed.
Now I see you running, coming for my come up. Broke out all your shackles, turned it to some armor. Used to be the judge, but now you have no honor. To die with your pride is to live with all your karma. Now you understand. Now you understand.
Another night of fun. There's a lot of fun about it. All right. Anybody else have any other issues as to...
Uh-oh. Fulton County has no problem coming in here and cuffing all of us, okay? Don't be an idiot.
Are you trying to tell me about myself? You homeless, Ern. You don't even have a mirror to look at yourself.
Here. So I know you all about your principles. But can we just please just listen to Earn
Hi,
so we can
guys.
get out of here?
How is everybody?
It's 4 cops on the other side of that
Yippee.
door. You know if they come in here, they're gonna get your ass on a whole lot of other shit.
You lying ass bitch.
I knew it. Mama, I hate you.
Don't you never come back to my house, no.
And I hope they blow your motherfucking ass to smithereens.
You better hope they do, bitch. You better hope they do.
This nigga kidnapped me.
I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! What are you, fucking nuts?
You thought...
All right, family. Look like we wait until Monday for the verdict. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Cha Diggy. I see you. Appreciate you, family. Happy holidays. Shout out to No One. Appreciate you, family. Jung Forever. What up, what up? Loa. Hey, I see you, family. Appreciate you. Shout out to Loa. Shout out to Loa. Shout out to Jung Forever. Said that. Charlotte Madison. What up, though? Wilma. I see you. Appreciate you. Berta S. Three Faces in the Hood. Appreciate you all. Hope you all have happy holidays. The world's end. Much love, mercy and grace. Texas T, Pink Slime. Shout out to Julie Horn in the bushes. Steph JK went back to the bushes. Appreciate y'all, family. Nameless. All right, Ganja. All right. I'm seeing doubles now. Appreciate y'all. Much love. Shout out to Cha Diggy, coldest moderator on YouTube. Steph JK, coldest moderator on YouTube. Appreciate y'all, family. Till next time, I guess we're going to be catching up Monday. And I don't know. I might go live tomorrow. What y'all think? Y'all let me know in the comments if y'all want to do a live tomorrow. Appreciate y'all, family.
No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell me? And that's not what the point is. The point is, you as an advocate, is you should have told me. I got a problem with you now. I got a problem with you now. I would suggest you don't say any more. Now you want to have it both ways. You can't.
Jerome Street, I see you. Pink Slime, I see you. That's why I ran it back one more time, just in case anybody I missed. Y'all type something in the chat. I'll shout you out before we roll out.
Both sides have an equal responsibility under the rules of professional responsibility. All right, have a seat, sir. Thank you.
How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed.
Now I see you running, coming for my come up. Broke out all your shackles, turned it to some armor. Used to be the judge, but now you have no honor. To die with your pride is to live with all your karma. Now you understand. Now you understand.
Another night of fun. That's not what I'm
All right. Anybody else have any other issues as to...
Uh-oh. Fulton County has no problem coming in here and cuffing all of us, okay? Don't be an idiot.
Are you trying to tell me about myself? You homeless, Earn. You don't even have a mirror to look at yourself.
Here. So I know you all about your principles. But can we just please just listen to Earn so we can get out of here? It's 4 cops on the other side of that door. You know if they come in here, they're gonna get your ass on a whole lot of other shit.
You lying ass bitch.
I knew it. Mama, I hate you.
Don't you never come back to my house, no.
And I hope they blow your motherfucking ass to smithereens.
You better hope they do, bitch. You better hope they do.
This nigga kidnapped me.
I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! What are you, fucking nuts?
You thought...
Okay, we got one, so they're 2 in tomorrow. Okay, no one said they 2 in. Okay. Jerome Street say tomorrow sounds awesome. Okay, maybe I will stream tomorrow then. Appreciate y'all, family. Y'all have a great night. Have a great holiday. Have fun with your families. Stay happy. Don't be mad at people. It don't help. Just keep on rolling, family. Keep on rolling. Core Flood, what up, though? Keno Scott, what up, though? Mercy and Grace, peace out. Loa, peace out. Cha, peace out. Jung, peace out.